You're anti-trans.
I need to do something with my face first.
in Denver, and it was like all the in Denver, and it was like all the party kind
It just seems to start like that for some reason.
of faded away. I was listening to him and he was talking about it, and I was like, "What? You've got leaked files, and you've got a report?" And it was like something extraordinary. And he gave a great talk the next morning, and I remember it was so.
Okay, there's like subtitles that are like way behind the actual video, but they seem to be covered up by my my dono thing. So that's probably fine, I guess. Because that'll drive me insane.
Inspiring, because he started with the sentence, the name of my talk is How wpath Ends. And really, over the last 24 hours, it really did feel like this is the beginning of the end. This is a game changer. So Mia, could you tell us, maybe from the beginning, when you first heard about the wpath files, what you thought, how you shaped it? Tell us everything that, brought you to be sitting here in front of us telling us about the wpath files.
Okay, so Michael hired me in, I think it was last March or April or something like that. And I was writing for Public, his Substack. But then he pretty much right away, got this pile of files, these documents, and shared them with me right away. And well, this was the original. They came in batches, and this was the original large batch. And of course, it was very, very broad range, wpath being wpath, but it was strange to see the internal conversations. I know I've written about wpath a lot over the years, many of us have, but this was them on the inside talking about specific cases, dealing with the cognitive dissonance of detransitioners, and there was an awful lot of information in there. And so the original plan was to turn them into a series of articles for Public. And that didn't quite work out. There was too much information there. We couldn't do the files justice. So then Michael had the idea, after many months of trying, Michael had the idea to move me over to his think tank, Environmental Progress. And that's when I started working on the report. And also he had the idea that I could weave in medical history, because that's been my thing all along. Is when I first discovered this issue, it didn't make any sense to me. And to make sense of it, I turned to history and the past medical scandals, because that's the only way I could make sense of it. So I put 4 past medical scandals into the report. It really took about 6 months to get it completely finished. And yeah, but was there anything else? Have I missed anything?
No, that was perfect. I am very interested in the 4 past medical scandals, because I think you weave them in beautifully into the report, and I think they're indicative of what's going on. I think it does no harm for you to kind of just outline those scandals so that we realise what we're actually in. I think you do very well in the report, but for people who haven't read the report, I think it could be nice for people to hear it. And as well as that, I suppose, I gather it was a very hard project. I know people who've had other kind of things. It just sounded like it was trying to put shape on something that was really, really difficult to pull off. And you really did get there in the end, but it took a lot of work.
It did take a lot of work, because I've never done anything like that before. And I'm so grateful to Michael. Like, he had the patience and the confidence in me to stick with it when it was not that easy at times, but we got there, and I'm really proud of how it turned out. But yeah, the past scandals, they make sense to me. The reason I chose the 4 that there's lobotomies is the obvious choice. Ovariotomy, which is the worst medical scandal of the 19th century, when surgeons were removing healthy ovaries from women to cure their madness, their insanity. Apotemnophilia, my favorite, the people who want the healthy limbs amputated, and then the scandal of treating adolescents, tall girls and short boys, with hormones to correct their height. And so in my mind, you can combine all 4 of them and you've got today's scandal. So, lobotomies was obviously a terrible, terrible crime, but it was done in a time when they didn't really have all of the treatments. If you were mentally ill back then, all of the treatments were just horrendous, or you were locked away in an asylum and like restrained. But with lobotomies, they hit on an idea and they ran with it without any proof that it was safe, effective, beneficial, whatever. And they destroyed a core part of a patient's humanity. This is, Freeman famously said it would leave the patients in a childlike state of dependency. So I liken that to the fact that, you know, the surgeries that they're performing, the genital surgeries that they're performing are destroying, it's destroying a core part of these patients, their humanity. Your sexual identity is a really important part of who you are. And to destroy that in the quest to cure a mental psychiatric distress, I think is deeply misguided. The ovariotomy is actually my favorite case study because there was a social contagion. There was this theory that in the 19th century that
Hey, the Avengers, are you doing okay?
one organ could cause symptoms in another organ in the body. It was called reflex theory. And so they had this idea that the ovaries affected the brain, and there was a social contagion. Women imbibed that idea and then began fixating on their ovaries as the source of their mental distress. And then they would show up asking for their healthy ovaries to be removed, convinced
Oh, people are showing up. Hi, OMG, not that nonsense. How are you doing today?
that it was going to save them. And some of them...
There's not much talking at the moment, but I'll be on cam and vaguely awake at some point soon, I promise.
Did actually, you know, they reported they were very satisfied and they felt that it saved their lives and made them much happier and stuff. And it's very like today, these girls, they're just imbibing the narrative of the modern trans rights movement, and they're fixating on their breasts and their reproductive organs as the source of their distress, and then they want them removed.
And it's notable, and I know you say it in the report, but you know, many people with the lobotomies said they were happy they had the lobotomies. Many people with the you can get the pronunciation, they were happy with these, that they had these. I think regret is a very misunderstood and underestimated concept in people's lives. People don't face regret easily. People say, I'm still...
Yes, we're getting some interesting stuff. Listen, the regret stuff, we've got a lot coming. Stuff like surgical
glad I married
regret.
them, even when they had a terrible marriage, because I had my kids.
Stuff like surgical regret is pushed a lot, especially this whole less people regret trans affirming surgery than any other kind of surgery. Obviously, you've got to consider things like sunk cost fallacy, the kind of information people have been bombarded with this whole process. There's a lot to consider beyond just they had it and now they're happier, which is what people seem to want people to believe. So yeah.
Or whatever, like you know what I mean. People don't face on head on regret. Now, detransitioners would be the admirable exception. Was that what you found when you studied it, Mia? And you're welcome to jump in, Carrie, whenever.
I definitely, I mean, yeah, the people, there were...
Oh, they had Julie Ray Goldstein in chat. Lobotomies were performed to improve the comfort of the providers, not the patients. It's the opposite of gender affirming care. I'll have to look into that, but I don't know. A slightly twisted female. I'm sure I've seen that person. A lot of really weird questions in chat.
Some people were happy with their own...
Yeah, I'm live already. Charlie's at work and I was like, I really don't know what the fuck to do with myself until like 2 o'clock. So I'm like, I can either start getting high or I can just find anything to do. So there we go. Hope you're doing well, Packy.
Lobotomy. More often it was the family were happy with the results of their loved one's lobotomy because it was the family who made that decision for their loved one. And when you've made such a decision, Meghan McArdle puts it perfectly when she talks about the Oedipus trap. When you have made such a decision, you simply have to be right. These people made the decision on behalf of their loved one to have them lobotomized. And even if the results weren't great, they're hard. It's going to be really hard to say, we should not have done that. That was a terrible thing. Because then you have to face up to what you've done to your loved one. And I do think there might be a large element of that at the moment when these people are dealing with very serious complications and struggling in their lives, but they can't admit to themselves that perhaps it was all a mistake. That the sunk cost fallacy, the more you put into something, the less likely you are able to...
What was I saying earlier? What was I saying earlier? Jesus Christ. Yeah. Sunk cost fallacy, very important here.
See that it was wrong.
Yeah, and you know, we kind of saw almost a shock of reality. We were all in Washington a few weeks ago when we were trying to kind of organize the launch of the files, and we met somebody, we don't have to say who, but we met somebody who said, I was offered, you know, she was one of those tall girls who was offered the hormone treatment. I hadn't heard of this. I'm a tall girl and I hate...
Excuse me for that.
hated being tall as a kid. So, yeah, this whole tall girls and small boys, do you want to speak a little bit about that? That had passed me by until I read it on your report.
Yeah, that one's really, really, I mean, the parallels are so strong on that one because it was pediatric endocrinology. So it's the beginning of endocrinology as a field anyway. They just developed hormones and they're just like trying to use them for anything they possibly can. And they come up with the idea to correct the height. So these are kids who are perfectly healthy. There's nothing wrong with them. And they want to, so they would use estrogen for girls who are
in Denver. And it was like all the
I think is deeply misguided. The ovariotomy is actually my favorite case study because was obviously a terrible, terrible crime, but it was done in a time when they didn't really have they were very satisfied and they felt that it saved their lives and made them much happier and stuff. Yeah, that one's really, really, I mean, the parallels are so strong on that one because it was pediatric endocrinology. So it's the beginning of endocrinology as a field anyway. They just developed hormones and they're just like trying to use them for anything they possibly can. And they come up with the idea to correct the height. So these are kids who are perfectly healthy. There's nothing wrong with them. And they want to, so they would use estrogen for girls who were predicted to be tall because it would speed up puberty. So they'd have less time to grow. They, first of all, didn't know how tall there's no way of predicting the final height. So they don't know if it even worked. Maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. And then when they followed up with them many years later, two tall girls, actually, I think it was, who, when they were adults, they decided to look into the scandal. And I think they found like 99% of the women whose parents had refused the treatment were happy that they had not had the treatment. And about 50% who had the treatment wished that they had not. And it caused, all sorts of reproductive issues in later life. And it was a very distressing experience. The short boys, it's even worse, though, because they were using human growth hormone extracted from pituitaries. They were harvesting pituitaries, basically from morgues all around the US. They had this weird thing set up where it was like a weird coalition between, what would be the
Oh my god, dead people hormones. Don't you want some of that inside you? Lovely.
word, a person who works in a morgue.
The coroner or
The coroner and
Yeah.
pilots. So they had like a network of pilots who would fly the pituitaries in acetone to the processing plant, and then they would grind them up and inject the human growth hormone into the boys. And then like a decade later, the boys start dying of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which is it's like a prion. It's like mad cow disease. It lies dormant in the body for decades. Still to this day, they have those who are still alive have the death sentence hanging over their heads because people are still dying. Human growth hormone recipients are still dying of this CJD. And bringing it back to the fact that they were perfectly healthy children. There was nothing wrong with them. They were just correcting, they were engineering normality, I suppose.
Was this around the 60s, 70s kind of era?
Yeah, it started really early. It started in the 50s and it ran all the way, the whole experiment, 50s to the 1990s, but that was the tall girls. They stopped the estrogen in the 1990s. The CJD crisis hit in the 1980s, but when it hit, they didn't stop giving these kids human growth hormone.
Yeah, it was something about making short boys taller and tall girls shorter or something. I don't know. I need to start reading along, but I'm just fixing my face.
They just switched to a synthetic version, and there were signs they knew about the risk.
Well, their parents will. I think in this case, mostly the parents. I would have thought. I think this is an older case that they're sort of making an analogy to.
Risk of CJD for years before the first cases were presented. So when the inquiries were done, they set a date. You should have acted no later than this date. And I feel I wonder what the inquiries in the future will be. When will they say the medical world should have acted no later than this to prevent all of the harm that's coming to these children?
And you've seen that with the opioid crisis, Carrie, haven't you? Like if it goes with it, really.
Yeah. I think, well, there's that same parallel of, what problem are they trying to solve? They're trying to solve, human suffering. And, we see, like, as Mia was saying with lobotomies, I mean, they were coming off the heels of all the scandals from the asylums and the poor treatment. And that was before any of the modern antipsychotics were created, which the first one I think came to market in like 1951, that was discovered accidentally to have some effects of, dealing with some of the symptoms of psychosis. And so that led to that was the replacement theory, or the replacement. It led to the pharmaceutical revolution in that way. But before that, a lot of people were, at wit's end in terms of how to best care for their loved one. So what I'm saying is it came from this place of they thought they were, dealing with a solution that would be better than the terrible insane asylums. But then, again, it's this like human quirk to, you want it to be true. You're not looking at sort of the devastation.
Yes, true. This is very fucking true. Jesus. Brianna Wu's sister. She does look a bit like Brianna Wu. I think she's a bit better looking. I don't know. Apparently Brianna Wu's losing her voice.
Or it's like the trade-off there. They're saying, well, I guess, this is better than being in a terrible insane asylum, chained to a wall. And so you could see how there was that logic going on. And with the opioid crisis, it was like this idea of trying to do a better job controlling pain, sort of a perfect storm of a bunch of things with a new medication, with aggressive, consumerism and marketing from a, big pharma company. And then some regulatory changes that were in place in terms of disability in our country, like more people could get on disability for minor things. On top of the regulatory state putting in the pain scale, which became mandatory and tied to reimbursements. So it became this perfect storm, and there was a mandate to treat people's pain and measure it. But what happened was the results weren't, the negative side wasn't paid attention to by all the people pushing what they perceived as the positive. So the feedback loop just was
Again, doesn't that sound familiar?
broken, where all these people got exposed to opioids who didn't need them, and people became addicted, or people who had addiction issues were exposed to them. And so we know how it took a long time to unwind. But I think, with, back to the report, and I think the historical context, I think there's that pull, like you want with your kids, you don't want your kids to suffer. Like all of us have children, and and in practicing medicine, there's, nothing more difficult than a child who is in distress psychologically, physically and psychologically. And so we know there's this perfect storm going on with sort of a cohort of kids who are unhappy. And we talked last night, the Abigail Schreier's book talks about that and some different theories around why there's an uptick. But the reality is when you're presented with an unhappy child, it's really, really difficult, and people want to help. And so I think it's gotten mixed in there with this idea that there is a gender issue, and then here's the solution, and then again, this pattern of like, well, we're not looking at what happens after the treatments, and we're ignoring any bad side effects. We're ignoring people that it doesn't work for. And those are all red flags, because they're, those are some of the patterns I think Mia, is seeing in these other scandals. And I think just, back to Mia, because we really want to hear, her sort of, when you're putting the files together, like your top, kind of what were some of the big top insights for you, that someone who's been working on this issue for a long time, writing about it, but was like, wow, this is, really incredible. Were there, some?
Can I add to that
Sure,
question?
sure. Yeah.
Mia, did you notice a theme of how the other scandals, how did they emerge? How did they come to light? How did we move it out of the mess that we're in now, if you follow me? Because,
How did they end, you mean?
yeah, how did they end?
Well, lobotomies, we've already covered. The antipsychotics, the moment there was another option, lobotomies was over. Not for Freeman. Freeman went to his grave absolutely convinced that he had given a gift to humanity, and drove around looking, like tracking down all of his former patients and desperately searching for proof that the transorbital lobotomy was a gift to humanity and he had helped and not harmed.
He was very much like some.
Here's the thing. If I put glasses on, do I look also like Brianna Wu? Let's see. Well, you know, in Gamergate. Anyway, this is irrelevant.
Who in the future, and I could think of a few clinicians who could just be like a true believer, that they truly believe there's some sort of inner trans identity within them and that they know it's in them, and they'll go travel around the world convincing themselves that they're
I think it was 1986 during Gamergate, and I don't know, I can't think of anything.
they've done the right thing by putting these terribly harmful, invasive and irreversible interventions in these children. So it's very similar, I think, of what we predict some of the clinicians will do.
Oh, no question. I'm not going to name any names, but I'm quite sure there are a few Freemans amongst us. Yeah, so ovariotomy is an interesting one. They took it too far. They got so carried away that a couple of asylums opened operating theaters in the asylum. And just that was just too much for what's really interesting about the ovariotomy one is people who opposed ovariotomy at the time were accused of being wanting in humanity. You were a terrible person if you did not allow these women to have their healthy ovaries removed because it was deemed to be the cure. It's very similar to now. But then there was opposition. And when they opened the operating rooms in asylums, that's when it was just too much. And an inquiry was done into one of the asylums. And from that point on, people just turned against it and it collapsed really, really quickly. Oh. Apotemnophilia never got off the ground. That scandal, I put it in, but it never got off the ground. It's really, I was talking about the isolated case of Dr. Robert Smith at Falkirk Royal and District Infirmary. And I think part of the reason it did not get off the ground was because it got very negative press coverage. This man was amputating healthy legs of people who just wanted to be amputees. And
can I point out Malcolm Clark? That's anybody who knows Malcolm Clark. He's the founder, or certainly one of the leads in the LGBT Alliance, and he did a documentary about that issue for Panorama, I believe, and that's how he has such good insight into the gender thing, because he can see the similarity. But I suppose what's frightening about that was, again, it was the kind of the client leading the way, the client dictating it, but it didn't get off the ground because of the media. And there's an amazing kind of contagion that happened in 2012 in the town of Leroy in America. And these girls had do you want to talk about that? You obviously know about it because it's extraordinarily similar, but the big difference was the media didn't run with it. Just like the amputees, the media didn't run with it. They got all excited, the town got all excited about these girls who had these tics. And the media, first of all, they came in the media and sorry, not the media, the doctors didn't get excited. The media got incredibly excited. And they thought, they brought in Erin Brockovich into the town to talk about these girls with tics, and they were convinced.
Yeah, there's like tons of, they're on labotomy at the moment. I don't know who wrote that. This wpath stuff is crazy. I barely touched it. There's like so many like leaks of like internal conversations and stuff. Like one of them I saw was like someone talking about like what was it? Vaginoplasties on like under 18s and stuff. There's some really interesting stuff there. Overreactomy, social contagion. I don't know. I've had theories that things like anorexia kind of can be lumped in as well, and that whatever the disorder is just seems to change with the times. But I don't know. I guess we're still learning. But yeah, the wpath leaks in general. There's so much like interesting stuff in there.
There was poison in the water, and the girls were getting tics, and next thing the best friend was getting a tic, and next thing 3 people in the class were getting tics. Next thing they were on, what was it, NBC, or the footage is still available of these girls with the tics, but the doctors.
The tics, sorry, I wasn't listening that closely.
An amazing kind of client dictating about that was.
We're hearing a lot of stuff like client dictating it, social contagion. I was just thinking, I wonder what standardized disorders this day were born from social contagion and persist. I'm not really sure. Maybe I'll get more insight as we go along.
Thing, because you can see the similarity. But I suppose what's frightening about that was, again, it was the kind of the client leading the way, the client dictating it, but it didn't get off the ground because of the media. And there's an amazing kind of contagion that happened in 2012 in the town of Leroy in America. And these girls had do you want to talk about that? You obviously know about it because it's extraordinarily similar, but the big difference was the media didn't run with it. Just like the amputees, the media didn't run with it. They got all excited, the town got all excited about these girls who had these tics. And the media, first of all, they came in, the media, and they, sorry, not the media, the doctors didn't get excited. The media got incredibly excited. And they thought, they brought in Erin Brockovich into the town to talk about these girls with ticks, and they were convinced there was poison in the water, and the girls were getting ticks, and next thing the best friend was getting a tick, and next thing 3 people in the class were getting ticks. Next thing they were on, what was it, NBC, or the footage is still available of these girls with the ticks. But the doctors didn't lose their head. The media lost their head. And as a result, it kind of died. Would that be your understanding of what happened, Mia?
Yep, that's exactly it. I think Erin Brockovich was convinced it was a train crash.
I mean, females are more like social creatures, right? So I can see why there's a kind of theory around that, you know, and it certainly, what is this doing? It certainly goes some way to explaining like the change in demographic, you know, the FTM shooting past like MTFs.
That had happened miles out of town years before had somehow triggered these tics in these girls. People are really reluctant to go with the psychosomatic. In every psychosomatic outbreak, there's a reluctance to call it psychosomatic because nobody wants to be told that it's all in their mind, even though it's still real. It can still be psychosomatic and still be real. The symptoms are real. The experience is real.
It's not all in their mind. It's the body-mind interacting, and it's so reductive to call it all in their mind. Even with these kids with their gender issues, they're feeling it. If you follow me,
yeah, it's the kind of thing. Social contagion is quite hard to prove, I guess. But we'll see what comes up. Like I said, a lot of these things I don't really look through them very closely, so I need to do more where I'm just kind of looking at them. It's like when I'm short on content, it's kind of hard to justify watching stuff like this, but it's important, so I need to.
It's some people can be very dismissive. They're in distress. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Right. I mean, the gender dysphoria is real. They experience it. It's a real experience. It's just also a culture-bound, in my opinion, it's a culture-bound syndrome unique to our time and our place. It doesn't make it less real for the sufferer.
Yeah, and I think just like in my experience with working at the hospital and with the opioid crisis is that you know, I had that experience where people would call me a bad doctor because I wouldn't write them a ridiculous amount of opioids that they shouldn't have because it would kill them and they were already addicted and, you know, their lives were destroyed. So I wasn't going to jump in and be part of that. But it's extremely hard to say no. But the more that you do it, and the more you develop the language to talk with patients and families about it, and you're prepared that they might, you know, get angry or be upset. But the reality is they're ultimately, you know, you're doing the right thing by not making it worse.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm always going to do a mixture because I have a lot of different things that I want to look at and a lot of things that I'm interested in. So I don't know. Hey, I want to keep it like varied and shit, but I need to do more of this kind of thing for sure.
Worse. And you know, we're in a time with consumer medicine that, you know, again, a lot of things at the hospital people want because it's like Dr. Google suggested it or something online. So, you know, part of being a really good physician for me in the emergency department is understanding how to talk to people about what they want as not being appropriate. You know, let me tell you why, and let me tell you what I think is going on and what we should do about it. And so I think that, yeah, I don't know where she went.
Oh, she's back.
She's coming back. You know, but I think that's part of on you know, sort of getting out of this you know, terrible situation we're in with medicalizing gender distress is the, you know, language of the people who are prescribing, writing letters and doing surgery, well, before they would ever get to the surgeon, the people writing letters and in the doctor's office dealing with a distressed child and parents understanding how to say no in the face of, you know, this unbelievable pressure that you don't want to be the person on the other end of someone, God forbid, being unhappy and God forbid committing suicide. But that's, you know, we can get more into that. That's really been used as a blackmail to bully doctors and to bully parents. There's nothing in healthcare. People don't walk around going, if you don't do this, you're going to commit suicide. That's just a red flag.
Chick's accent. What, this person? I mean, I don't know. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Michael Fry.
Right there. So
can I ask you,
yes,
Harry,
yeah.
Do doctors mention these other scandals that myself and Mia are very well known? You know what I mean? Do they mention them? Do they mention multiple personality disorder, that whole kind of scandal that happened in the 90s? Or
Yeah, I mean, people talk about it, but when you're, actually practicing, obviously in emergency medicine, we're at the front lines of the mental health crisis. So I'm well familiar with people with multiple mental health issues and how do we handle that at the hospital. I think just more the near-term issues around overprescribing with opiates, and then just the polypharmacy, just people are on so many meds, too many meds prescribed by multiple people all over the place that they're not even keeping track of or do the same thing, and on top of, substance abuse, all kinds of things. So it's more in the ER, a culture of, not making things worse. And a lot of that has to do with trying to reduce the amount of prescriptions that people are on. But
I
yeah,
agree.
yeah.
I've noticed with so many of the families I've worked with gender issues, so many of the children are on other medications, psychoactive, psychotropic medications.
Yeah. I mean, that's a thing that just is so missing in the conversation. And of course, just back to the files, it's just like shocking. There's really no discussion of like the multiple medications people could be on and how that could interact with hormones or how those could be affecting their mood. One way, making it worse. Because we do know that, a lot of the meds have never really been their trials for youth, et cetera. But I want to just go back to with the files, Mia, when you were trying to organize them, when you were trying to come up with like a thesis around organizing it and trying to explain it, because we were talking a little bit about this last night, and just in general, I think it's, part of this is trying to talk about this and discuss it in a way that's easy for people to understand, that isn't saying like, the confidence intervals or the sensitivity and specificity in the study was this or that, so that means that it's not real. It's like you did a great job creating, just explaining it in a narrative fashion and weaving in your examples to support your thesis. So maybe, you could just talk more about how, your thought process, how you decided to organize it, how it came together, and some of the top examples.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, the two main, there are now 4 parts. It ended up being 4 parts, but initially it was the not science and not medicine was where we started.
How did I get into YouTube? So I'm trans myself. And I got sick of like a lot of shit to do with like trans communities. I got sick of a lot of the propaganda that people I know push, lies about things like detransition rates, things. There's all sorts of these wpath leaks that are about like just some of the crazy shit that these people are doing in the name of medicine, supposedly helping trans people. And I don't know, no one would listen, so I'm like here. I'm just here signal boosting everything I can and pushing my own kind of points on it, I guess. It's probably a terrible explanation. It's still early for me. I hope you're doing good anyway.
The not medicine to me, as a non-medical person, is, you think of medicine as first do no harm. And it seems so simple that doctors must try to heal or alleviate suffering and avoid doing harm. That's to their patients. And in the reading the files, it was very quickly apparent that these are people who are doing harm. And there wasn't really no one showed any concern about the harm that they were doing. So that section came together really easily. And I found it's all of it was difficult to write, to be honest. But if you look at in that section, we've got the harmful effects of hormones. So this is a completely unregulated experiment on very vulnerable young people. We don't know what the long-term effects of testosterone are on the female body. We do have some evidence because of the East German doping scandal, and those women didn't turn out. They suffered from many problems. And so in the files, there's the discussions about there's the liver tumors one, a teenage girl with large liver tumors who's her oncologist and surgeon think it's down to the testosterone, the hormones. And then the other person weighs in with an anecdote saying, oh yeah, I had a trans colleague who died of liver cancer after being on hormones for 8 years, and they think it was the testosterone too. And it's just, what if, well, first of all, Carrie can probably speak to this, but no one says, oh my goodness, we should look into this. This is urgent. What?
This ovariectomy thing. I'm a bit behind the video, I understand. What is this doing? There we go, that'll do. Ovariectomy. So this bit, supporters of ovariectomy considered it one of the unequal kinds of surgery. considered anyone who sought to deny women this medically necessary treatment to be wanting inhumanity and guilty of criminal neglect of patients. Like, doesn't that just perfectly mirror what we're experiencing today? It's spooky sometimes.
What if we are setting up all of these young women for liver cancer later in life? Is that not something that actual doctors who care about the Hippocratic Oath would do, Carrie?
Right. And we've talked about this example before. When I first read that, I was just in shock. That's like a 4-alarm fire. You right away, oh my gosh, all these people are being exposed to this. And we, also we've talked about before, historically, we know from studying the history of hormones that there's a big association with cancers when they were experimenting with hormones for all different reasons. But they, have that historical amnesia. But when you see that, it's like shocking that they wouldn't immediately just want to alert their population exposed to this. So that just shows that ideological capture where they're just completely blinded to, again, it's not practicing medicine if you only think there's an upside. Like that's just right there is one of the giant red flags. There's nothing we do that doesn't have potential adverse effects, or no medicines that don't have a therapeutic window. Every medicine has a therapeutic window, that it can be toxic, it can be ineffective if you don't have the right dose, and it can be toxic. So it's just a tell right there, but it's just the lack of regard for people. They're not going to be seeing those people in the oncologist's office. They're not going to be seeing the people in the ER, it's end of life. So it's just, yes. So that just was just so devastating to read that. But yeah, go ahead, Mia, with your other.
Yeah, I'll go through quick because I can go on for ages. The side effects, the less severe, but still very debilitating, all the vaginal atrophy and everything, the way they're talking about that. Again, there's not a single person that shows up to say, oh, maybe giving
I can't mute. I can't see my mouse. Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. Sorry about the banging noises. Anyway. This ovaryectomy thing is really interesting, actually. It's a bit scary. Where was it? Some medical reports included the self-reported satisfaction of the women who had undergone the surgery. One woman told of how she was so desperate before the operation, she almost took her own life, but had stated that she was a well, happy, and cheerful girl after having her ovaries removed. Like, to me, this seems like a huge example of like placebo effect and, becoming convinced of something. I don't know what the word for that is right now, but yeah, scary. I mean, what's having no ovaries going to do for your mental health? I guess maybe you won't have periods anymore. There's a lot of ways of stopping your period that don't involve ripping your ovaries out or changing gender like they do nowadays. But it seems like the ovaries have kind of been a target for a long time. Does that make sense? I don't know. Like the ovaries, like with lobotomies, it's kind of like going back to a more childlike state, which that's a much more abstract point, but like we see so much of that as well. Like the kind of regression that a lot of trans women especially go through. Gonna put you instantly into menopause. I can imagine, yeah. I mean, if I don't take my hormones, I can end up getting like menopausal symptoms. But yeah, it's crazy the parallels. I think this ovaryectomy, is that what it's called? Hang on. Ovariotomy, there we go. Ovariotomy. I think this is one of the most interesting like parallels I've seen so far. Like the lobotomy stuff is interesting, but this is like some of the stuff, like the way it was described by people who supported it, and women like begging for it and stuff, asking for it. Sorry, that means something else. Yeah, it's wild to me. But yeah, I don't know. I'll keep playing.
Testosterone to teenage girls isn't such a good idea. They're suffering all of these terrible side effects. It's impacting their lives. Maybe we shouldn't. Should we be doing this? No one says that. And then there's the erections that feel like broken glass. I'm sure that's not that much fun.
People bleeding after sex and pelvic inflammatory disease seem to kind of be a huge issue.
Yeah, and it's the lack of
There's kind of something kind of suggesting itself to me. Let me just, yeah, so we've got things like it was used to treat like hysteria, melancholia. It's kind of, I don't know, someone's unhappy or mentally unwell, so we're just finding something to blame for it. And a lot of them reporting that they're happier. Again, like how much does placebo effect come into this? I think there was something else. Yeah. There are parallels between surgeons who removed ovaries in the 19th century and wpath doctors today. Yeah, there's absolutely parallels. And it's really interesting to think about. You kind of get the sense if you're to like talk about this to someone, you might end up getting things like, you know, all the different things. You can't compare something from the past to something to now. But I mean, at the same time, Marsha P. Johnson apparently threw the first brick at Stonewall. So I don't know. We love queering history. So I don't think that's a great pushback. I think this is really interesting. There's a lot of parallels. And it speaks to how the demographic shifted as well. Where is the video? Sorry, I've got so many fucking tabs open. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Well, the lack of the it's not science part comes next, but it's the lack of nobody sharing any literature, scientific literature to say, oh, if you see a patient with that, you should do this.
Oh yeah, there's so there's like leaks and stuff. I do want to go through them because they'll be more interesting, I think, in a lot of ways. They kind of, one thing they highlighted, and I've seen this in other studies too, is how like unstandardized everything is. And it's like literally they'll be sending each other messages being like, oh, I did this procedure on this person and this went wrong and stuff. There's very little standardized kind of stuff. It just seems like, I don't want to say it seems like people are just making up as they go along, but it kind of, I guess it's going to vary a lot depending on where you are. As opposed, I mean, wpath is a worldwide organization as well. So you kind of think it shouldn't be like that. There should be more standardization if wpath even exists, you know what I mean? But that's not the case.
Look at this is what we should do. And I recall there's one in the vaginal atrophy and the uterine atrophy, and it's about pain with orgasm. And one of them shows up and says, oh, well, I tried with 2 trans patients, have them take this medication like 30 to 60 minutes before orgasm. And you just think it's going to take the spontaneity out of it, isn't it? And it's like, I don't know.
Well, it's not, again, that's just, yeah.
It's looking at it and seeing it for what.
Well, it's not, yeah, it's not how real life should be. And that.
Listen, if we're going to take this sort of shitlord chauvinist stance, which I'm not saying I am, I'm not saying this is what I think, but it kind of, there's a little bit of this that comes across to me. It's like, you get sort of what some kinds of men describe as like female hysteria. And some of it comes across almost like trying to cure that by taking out like the most female part of a woman, which is interesting.
And just again, the sort of your persona requires medicines in the medical community. I mean, again, mentally healthy people don't want to interact with the healthcare system. I mean, I don't know any patients that come to the, you know, so this idea that they like need to constantly have medicines and interventions in order to live is just, again, you know, another, you know, big red flag.
And I know for myself what jumped out of me on that subject, lots of things jumped out of me in the wpath files, but, you know, the procedures that were not known in nature really seem to show that wpath had become an organization that was kind of advocating for extreme body modification.
Well, they wanted their ovaries removed, but mostly they wanted the treatment and they wanted the effects of it, I guess. And it seemed to have caught on for a while. So people very much, like these women seem to very much like believe that this is something they needed and it would sort out their problems. And not really the case, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, you know, it mentioned things like people, like these women saying that they're happy after their surgeries and they feel better and stuff. But how much of that is like placebo effect? I mean, if you convince someone of something and then do that thing and convince them that they'll have a better life because of it, they're probably going to think that their life is better afterwards, unless something opens their eyes, you know? Panacea social contagion. Yeah, I think there's an element of that. I think people do want panaceas, and I don't know. I mean, What I feel like with the trans women is more often it seems to be some kind of reset button, but I need more info to really kind of nail that down. So like it seems like there's a lot of midlife crises, people either divorced or ending up divorcing because I guess they're not really that happy with their wife and their kids or whatever. Like maybe they got to a certain point in their life and realized they're not fulfilled. I don't know. I need to look a lot more into it. I don't have a solid theory to work from. But it feels like it's more often with like with the teenage girls, like a lot of them maybe aren't handling their puberty great, and finding something to blame is the way forward. Like again, I'm spitballing. But with trans women, it seems very different. I mean, for me, it was kind of like that. It was kind of a bit of a reset button. Like I was at a massive low when I was, you know, kind of like that spirit person. I wasn't really looking at that point. They told me they left, but I think it was over racism or something. Excuse me, I don't know why I'm coughing so much today. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible in any case. Obviously, I'm kind of... Like I said, I'm spitballing. I don't want to be like, this is what your life is like, because I fucking hate it when people do that to me. But at the same time, it does feel that way with some people. And I guess they get their they get their wish because these trans widows are out there now. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll go through quick because I can go on for ages.
So many different reasons. Yeah, well, you'll be told so many different reasons, but I tend to hear a lot of similar stories. A lot of oh, I was this old, I met some trans people, and then I decided to transition 6 months later. So a lot of it sounds kind of they want community and stuff like that. Wait, so their ovaries got removed, but not the rest of the uterus. Wow, I didn't know that existed. Even with the name oophorectomy, sounds like those only hysterectomy. Yeah, I mean, previously this 19th century stuff we were looking at, it was called ovectomy. Oh fuck, I keep forgetting. Oveotomy, maybe. Ovariotomy, that's the one. Yeah. So this ovariotomy, this was like pulling out the ovaries to cure female madness, basically. And it got to a point where women were like wanting this because they truly believed it was going to improve their lives, and then truly believed it did improve their lives once they got to it. Yeah, ovariotomy. Yeah, this is a very interesting parallel to trans treatment. Yeah, oophorectomy is, I think, the same thing basically, but I don't know. I need to read more on it. What am I doing? Oh yeah.
The side effects, the less severe but still very debilitating, all the vaginal atrophy and everything, the way they're talking about that. Again, there's not a single person that shows up to say, oh, maybe giving testosterone to teenage girls isn't such a good idea. They're suffering all of these terrible side effects. It's impacting their lives. Maybe should we be doing this? No.
Yeah, so I got to the point about an oophorectomy. That's kind of this area. Early oophorectomy. So they were talking about a similar kind of thing. Like a decade later from this oveotomy. Ovariotomy, sorry. I'm going to keep saying that wrong. So yeah, trans healthcare is even like echoing these kind of things, which we used like a century before. Sounds very similar to the justification of lobotomies. Yeah. Lobotomies was listed in here, and they talked about it a bit. And yeah, like you get people, they think it's going to solve their problems. They think it's a panacea. People treat transitioning the same way, and arguably I think I did, like based on the experiences I had. But I'm one of the lucky ones because I'm like, well, I'm fine with who I am. I would have been a guy wearing makeup anyway, and I didn't want kids, so like it really doesn't actually affect my life. But I'm a lucky one, you know. There's loads of people out there who feel like they transition for the wrong reasons and are starting to regret it, and those people I feel really bad for, you know, because people are led astray, unfortunately, and that sucks. And we should do more. Like trans communities, it feels like they don't do much except to like say, oh well, there's not many detransitioners, and then just move on with the conversation as if they're nothing. I really don't like that personally. I think that's I think that they lack empathy for these people.
No one says that. And then there's the erections that feel like broken glass. I'm sure that's not, you know, that much fun.
People bleeding after sex and pelvic inflammatory disease.
The erections that feel like broken glass. Terrible side. Two teenage girls isn't such a good idea. They're suffering all of these terrible side effects. It's impacting their life.
I think transitioning where I look back on, like, we now see lobotomies. I don't know that it's going to go that far. I think for some people who really got in it for the wrong reasons, it will. But I mean, lobotomies, it's kind of hard to compare much to lobotomies because that kind of thing is like crazy, you know. I don't think there's much that's going to like compare sort of modern shit, but I don't know. Like I said, I think the ovarotomy is a closer parallel, and it's really interesting how it's kind of been pushed and stuff. What's the glass bonus thing? I'm trying to find that because I'm not great at multitasking, so I'm reading and like listening at the same time, and it goes in and out a little bit, but you know, I can come back to any of this stuff as much as I need to.
Lives. Maybe we shouldn't. Should we be doing this? No one says that. And then there's the erections that feel like broken glass. I'm sure that's not, you know, that much fun.
People bleeding after sex and
erections that feel like broken. Are we talking about like phalloplasty, or are we talking about like GOG? Pelvic
inflammatory disease seem to kind of be a huge issue.
Yeah, and it's the lack of, well, the lack of the it's not science part comes next, but it's the lack of nobody sharing any literature.
Oh, so this is where they were talking about like more standardized, the fact that it's not very standardized, should I say, like non-medical approach. I guess they're going to come back to that. Gender diversity.
Science should, it's about pain with orgasm in the vaginal. You should do this, look at this is what we should do. And I recall there's one in the vaginal atrophy and the uterine atrophy, and it's about pain with orgasm, and one of them shows up and says, oh, well, I tried with 2 trans patients, have them take this medication like 30 to 60 minutes before orgasm, and you just think, it's going to take the spontaneity out of it, isn't it? It's like,
yeah. Wait, just let me pop my pill so it doesn't fucking hurt. Okay. Let's get it on. Sexy.
I don't know.
Well, it's not, again, that's just, yeah.
It's looking at and seeing it for what.
Well, it's not, yeah, it's not how, right, real life should be.
Like, I think when they're having to go that far to sort of recreate a normal experience, like maybe we are taking it a bit too far. This is the same thing that I feel about this like womb transplant shit, which I don't think is going to happen. And if it does, it's a very, very long way away. I watched a video where some people were claiming it was like 20 years away, blah, 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 blah. I think it's insane, but it kind of reminds me how I feel about that, because it's like, at what point are we going to such like lengths to recreate something that women can just do naturally in almost every case? You know what I mean? It seems a bit crazy at a certain point, and I think certain kinds of trans care are probably best left kind of on the side. Like maybe just let the women do that, because it seems very risky and very difficult, and much easier to just let the women have the kids, I guess.
And then just again, the sort of to live your persona requires medicines in a medical community. I mean, again, mentally healthy people don't want to interact with the healthcare system. I mean, I don't know any patients that come to the, you know, I just, so this idea that they like need to constantly have medicine.
And here's the thing, like these kind of X body part means you're getting this mental health thing. Like that's not, those kind of things have been going on for a long time, like before and since some of the shit that we're looking at the moment. Like things like, what was it, the gut brain, whatever it is, that Andrew Wakefield stuff about autism being caused in the gut or something. Like there's an awful lot of these like bizarre theories out there. I don't know.
And interventions in order to live is just, again, you know, another, you know, big red flag.
Yeah, I think she's saying what I'm saying. Like, if we're having to go to these lengths to like recreate a pretty normal human experience, then maybe it's kind of, maybe it's just not meant to be. I don't know. I mean, you know, I had like surgery and stuff. Like everything basically works fine. I think if I was going to huge lengths just to be vaguely more woman-like, there's a point at which I'd just be like, maybe not, you know, maybe this is too far. Maybe I'm happy being a little bit more male in certain respects, if that's what it is, you know.
And I know for myself what jumped out of me on that subject, lots of things jumped out of me in the wpath files, but you know, the procedures that were not known in nature really seemed to show that wpath had become an organization that was kind of advocating for extreme body modification. And that, you know, when a surgeon came in looking for standards and protocols around these kind of extreme body modifications, such as minimal depth vaginoplasty and phallus preserving vaginoplasties and nullification, you know, chest without nipples. When a surgeon came in seeking, maybe we should get a procedures and policies around it, was told by activists, oh.
Alright, so this part was interesting. I'm trying to highlight it, but my mouse is fucking me around. Anyway. So yeah, top right, where it says, much like women in the 19th century who internalized the reflex theory narrative, fixating on their reproductive organs, the root cause of their mental distress, subsequently requesting ovarian removal surgeries. Vulnerable women and girls in the 21st century are now embracing the narrative of the modern trans rights movement that tells them if they hate their female bodies, and it is an indication of the need for surgical alteration. Once again, they are fixating on their reproductive organs, and this time their breasts too, as the source of their anguish and seeking a surgical solution. Yes, you're right. It's sad that young kids are being offered such permanent changes because they're insecure. Yeah, that's the thing. I do believe they should look at other solutions and sort of understand what this discomfort is and where it's coming from, and maybe how to deal with it by thinking in terms of like the actual process that's going on. Because I can imagine, listen, I'm not female, I'm a male, I'm a trans woman, I'm a male. I don't know what periods are like. I can imagine how concerning they are to younger people having them, like, you know, they haven't been having them very long or whatever it is. And like, I can imagine it sort of sends your brain all sorts of ways. We shouldn't necessarily be like encouraging people to like act on those kind of things, you know? I think that's a bit much.
Oh no, that's a cisnormative way of looking at things. So there was the activists actually, you know,
oh, cisnormative. Hang on, I want to get that again because I hear this cisnormative like so much. Like, it's a nonsense term. Humanity is cisnormative. If we weren't cisnormative, we wouldn't exist, because it takes straight cis people to make our shit continue. If we were all trans people like me, we'd be fucked. You know what I mean? So like calling something cisnormative when the vast majority of people are cis, it's like, well, yeah, that's the entire world. That's humanity. We are cisnormative. And we're talking about, you know, women with dicks and stuff like that. It's never gonna catch on that much, except in people that want to whack off to that, I guess.
Seeking, maybe we should get a procedures and policies around it, was told by activists, oh no, that's a cisnormative way of looking at things. Phallus preserve.
I'm guessing it's like these weird surgeries that are like, well, she said something like phallus preserving vaginoplasty, which I'm not even sure what that is. I mean, it's a very different way of doing it to what I had, because mine wasn't phallus preserving.
Modifications such as minimal depth vaginoplasty and phallus preserving vaginoplasties and nullification, you know, chest without nipples. When a surgeon came in seeking, maybe we should get a procedures and policies around it, was told by...
Yeah, so like unusual things that will leave you with like unusual genitalia, like even, you know, aesthetically, even just like the actual form of it. You know what I mean? So yeah, I can see why they're saying that's cisnormative, but I disagree with that kind of thing. Obviously, I don't think it's a good point. That's what humanity is. That's why they create a fake vagina without removing the penis. Okay, fair enough. Like, I wonder what they use in that case, because the hole, that's normally they're normally inverting it. Like I've heard of procedures where they use like pieces of the colon, which sounds really strange to me, and I've heard of at least one case where I watched a video even where a trans woman explained like how fucked up her vaginoplasty got because she started really young. She was on puberty blockers. She didn't grow down there properly. So yeah, like it was one of those colon procedures, and it sounded like it got really fucked up. And I don't think she can really use it. She can't really like orgasm and shit like that anymore, which sucks, you know.
Activist, oh no, that's a cisnormative way of looking at things. So there was the activist actually, you know, the tail wagging the dog here, that the surgeon.
The aim is to be non-binary. Ken doll surgery to me. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, there seems to be this like push to redefine gender as God knows what, and to make it so that body modification has kind of meaning behind it, I guess. I don't know. I'm still working it out. I'm still working out a good way of putting it, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think we need to be like destroying the binary. I don't really see the point. It seems like men and women are coming closer in terms of like, you know, opportunities and stuff like that. Obviously, there's probably still work to do, and there's issues where men fall behind for sure. So I don't know why we need to start destroying all of that. Like, for what end? It doesn't really make sense. It kind of feels like I can imagine 100 years from now, if like all the non-binary stuff and all the genderqueer stuff really takes off to the point where there's more like zers in the world than like he, hims, or they, thems, or she, hers, should I say? I kind of wonder if there's a point in the future where we'll have some kind of crisis where we don't actually know how to reproduce anymore because we don't know who's male and who's female. I don't know. That's a ridiculous like thought, but it's not as, you know, I can just imagine that in like 100 years or something, you know.
Who's highly qualified is on a very good salary to.
I'm gay, but like us in the ABC community, you know, literally most people are cis and straight. Yeah. I don't know why we want less people to be, because people should just be whatever they are, right? You know. And if they really, really want to like transition and they're an adult and they understand the risks, then fine, you know. But the way like the stuff that we're talking about here, especially with like teen girls and stuff, it's like it's pretty fucked, and it's turned into something completely different to what it was when I started transitioning. Bear in mind that was like 2015. Like we were just getting started on the madness, and I wasn't really aware of any of it because I wasn't in like trans communities and stuff.
Take the responsibility to be a surgeon, and is being shaped by ideological ideas such as it's cisnormative to look for a policy.
And I do believe here.
Yeah, this is. Excuse me. That's the activist way. Listen, hand wave complaints. I'm gonna keep doing that over and over. Your hand wave complaints. Philosophical like replies to practical questions. It's pretty ridiculous. I can't remember where I was now. Fuck's.
The only long-term study, you know, from Sweden, I know it was, you know, it's an old study.
Oh, it was around here.
With cancers when they were experimenting with hormones for all different reasons. But they, you know, have that historical ideal medicine thing we do that doesn't have potential adverse effects or no medicine. They'll end of life. So it's just, yes. So that just was just so devastating to read that. But yeah, go ahead, Mia, with your.
Of language for being cisnormative, if I remember correctly. That's the thing that leaps out the most, really.
Oh yeah, it's about where we were. Yeah, I like this kind of activist speak. This kind of activist speak, by the way, shouldn't be within a million miles of like science. You know what I mean? And what's irritating about it is that I feel like when they start adding in all this kind of language, it makes other people that use that kind of language feel like they can talk about this kind of thing as well, because someone who's supposedly got some expertise is making these kind of comments, and it's very easy to just repeat shit that you hear, you know. For linguistics, non-binary doesn't actually mean anything. I mean, with my theory of all that kind of shit, I do leave the door open for non-binary. I think where it might be more legit is where it's kind of like trans light and like, you know, lower level dysphoria kind of cases. I can imagine it, you know what I mean? But the way that they're pushing it, it's like just an opt-in, like, what am I trying to say here? An opt-in protected characteristic, you know what I mean? Which is really strange. I don't know. I've known quite a few like non-binary types who pretty much identify as non-binary because then they can identify as trans via the non-binary logic without actually doing anything except going by he, they pronouns, because it's usually women that do this, that I found. I don't know. It's very strange. Like, there's a lot of reasons why someone would want a trans identity. If they're in trans circles, they probably hear a lot of cis bashing and they're like, well, I don't really want to be shat on constantly. I don't know. Almost like trying to experience true nothingness. There's always something. What was it I said? I was talking to Sam for a while yesterday. What was it I said? Like, the way that they've turned trans into meaning basically nothing because anyone can just call themselves it, which to me is like basically nullifying all meaning. It was like I transitioned because I was trying to not feel normal, and instead I kind of became nothing because trans pretty much is nothing at this point. To me, I want it to mean something specific, as in like people who transition from female to male because there's two sexes, you know, which is why I use transsexual and not transgender, which I think transgender should just be non-binary or queer or something like that. Just put it somewhere else to the side of like transsexual, because it's not the same thing and it's not the same experience. And non-binary and trans people have needs that kind of clash sometimes. For example, I would not ever like want to go round in a circle telling everyone our pronouns. Like, I would prefer if people got my pronouns correct, although I don't really give a shit if they don't anymore, because that would mean that they kind of made that decision and got it right, which means that I made enough effort, I guess. Like, to me, like, I have to earn it. And if I tell someone to use pronouns on me, like I tell someone, oh, my name's Mary and I'm she, her, then I haven't earned anything. It's not because I look okay. It's because I told them to. I have no idea if that person sees anything like what I hope they do. If they're just saying what I told them to say, you know what I mean?
Really, when I say in the report that this is
Far more practical instead of hitting some third form existence. Listen, if people want to explore that kind of third form of existence, that's fine, but why does like trans have to be like dragged into it? You know what I mean? Like, I transitioned from male to female, you know, to trans female. I can't actually change my sex. Other people go from female to male. Like, to me, what else is there? Like, if you're going for a third thing, fine, but that's a different thing. You know what I mean? Someone misgendering a they, them. If someone misgenders a they, them, that's very different from being misgendered as a trans woman, for example. Because if you're a transsexual woman and you get misgendered, the way it feels is like humiliating. Like, you're trying to put yourself across a certain way and it's being denied. If someone doesn't call you a they, them when you're just a woman who shaved the side of her head, it's like, well, what, you know? Who's going to just instinctively call you a they, them? You know what I mean? I'm queer means nothing, means everything, then it means nothing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's spicy straight. Queer is like spicy straight, because like you can just be straight and just call yourself queer, and it's like, well, that doesn't mean anything. Like, I watched like kind of queer slop content from time to time, and I'll see people like calling themselves queer and like having disagreements with so-called cis people, even though they are literally cis. And they'll go on about, oh, look at my tattoos, look at my piercings, like, how am I not a queer and stuff? It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, to me, it's just a fashion movement, to be honest with you.
I think I say it's a political activist group masquerading as a medical and scientific organization. That's what I mean, in that in every conversation, you've got a weird mix of medical professionals and activists, be they transgender people themselves or human rights lawyers or whatever combination. And so a medical professional or a therapist will post a concern or an interesting case or...
Hi, Ink Searcher, how you doing? It's a weird nullification of language that describes sex and sexuality. Yeah. I mean, they twist language all kinds of ways. It's irritating. Introduction of gender, however valid, did allow for a bunch of fuckery. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, they probably could have done it with anything. Maybe. I don't know.
Looking for advice, and they get advice from trans activists or from people who have made these medical decisions for themselves, and therefore you can't really have a real conversation. If there's someone in the replies who has gone down that medical pathway, that's it. You can't then debate whether it's right or wrong to go down that medical pathway, because you've got probably one or multiple people in the replies who have done it to their own bodies. And so this is not, again, I'm not medical, Carrie can answer this, but I do not believe this is how doctors talk in private on this type of forum.
Right, that's correct. And that came up a lot when we were all working on this as a common question. I think there may be one in the chat related to that. We've heard it a bunch of like, oh, this is just
something else interesting. Ovuotomy enjoyed the support of many of the most respected surgeons of the time, including those people, lent an aura of credibility to the procedure, despite the absence of sound scientific justification. Like, this is like literally what we're talking about with like wpath and stuff, because wpath is like the association of doctors, and they're like literally the ones they've got an iron grip on everything. And that's why I kind of am so interested in wpath specifically, because literally the doctors are the ones like making the rules in a sense. And then it kind of goes from there. It's very worrying in a lot of ways. Like, these people are extremely untrustworthy, and it's the same thing here. Like, you get this appeal to authority. Well, these people support it, so it must be true. But that doesn't require any thinking. Saying that doesn't require any thought or any kind of analysis whatsoever. You're just putting your trust in people because they've got a name. It's like, I don't know. Was it? Oh, I can't remember actually. Never mind. But there's so many examples you could think of like an appeal to authority, which is actually incorrect, because people who have doctor in front of their names can be incorrect about things, it turns out. But yeah, it's this appeal to authority thing. I see this constantly, and it seems to be a recurring trend. And it keeps people from having to really think about anything because it's all laid out for them. Oh, you're against trans surgery? Well, look at all these qualified doctors who've got opinions. I think they know a bit more than you, and it's like, they probably do know a bit more than me, but they're probably also a lot more biased and like captured than me, because they're like making shit tons of money off of this. It's like a fucking cottage industry in the US, you know what I mean? Like, we're kind of lucky in that sense, I think, that we have nationalized medicine, because I think it removes a certain amount of monetary incentive, shall we say. But then I say that, I only know so much. Obviously, surgeons still get fucking paid at the NHS and stuff.
Doctors, clinicians shooting the breeze. Isn't this what you guys do? Well, no, this isn't.
Oh, hold up. Sorry. I need to come back in like a minute. Just give me a sec. Was that what was that person called? Like Juno or something? Because I saw this when I woke up. I was like, oh great, I wasn't even there, and someone's being like, what's this transphobic channel? Like, fuck's sake, I don't know. I left a few messages, and hopefully they'll talk to me about their concerns and not just shit stir. If that's what they're doing, I don't know. They might turn out to be more genuine than I thought. But yeah, there was definitely something being like, the medical professionals are saying this. What I'm saying is, you can't trust the medical professionals. And that's a big claim. I understand that, but yeah.
And what we do, one thing.
But yeah, it's so easy to do. And don't you see how it like removes your need to really think or read about anything or actually make any of the effort to understand anything? Because you can just be like, well, these doctors all think this and they're doctors. And it's like, well, yeah, that doesn't mean they're correct or that they're not applying their knowledge in a captured kind of way, for example.
That you learn, at least in the excellent training I was lucky enough to receive, where I was trained in medical school and residency and fellowship. Anything you write down is you've got to have it in the eye of that it could end up in court. You don't ever want to get sued and end up in court. I mean, aside from just how you're supposed to learn in terms of writing and expressing yourself. And
I'm going to be honest, we're on the, what was it called? The thing where you want to get healthy limbs amputated. Do they call it body integrity disorder now? I'm not sure. I don't know if this is going to be as interesting, so I might actually skip over most of this part. I'm still listening, but I think it's kind of clear where the point is, which is that this kind of patient-led model is in like, well, I want this taken off, so I'll be happier, and it's hard to make a through line between cutting someone's leg off that's got nothing wrong with it and them being happier. You know what I mean? So we're kind of just enabling people to do things that, I mean, losing a leg is rarely good for someone, you know what I mean? Smith described the 2 leg amputations he performed on his apotymnophile patients as being the most rewarding operations of his career. Jesus. Like, it does feel like enabling a mental illness, and I don't know how much I want to sort of make parallels with that to trans, because trans seems more like displacing mental illness in some cases. And, you know, I maintain there are like genuine people. But yeah, I mean, like, Jesus. This, what was it, Robert Smith? Like, this person seems bizarre. Like, fuck me. Fat positivity had scientific backing. Yeah, I actually need to like look more into fat positivity. I watched a really interesting video, which was it was some fatter woman, like larger woman. I shouldn't say they're fatter. It's like I'm still getting the terminology. I'm not fat, so I get it wrong sometimes. But like this larger woman who was in her 30s and like getting all these health problems, she made some video that I think went viral, sort of saying that, you know, I didn't take care of my body in my 20s. I'm now still plus sized in my 30s, and now I'm having all these like health issues. And she got like shat all over by these people, you know, fat positive types that claimed she was like, I don't even remember what they were saying, but it was like almost exactly the same language that you see used in like trans advocates. Like these kind of progressive like concerns, I guess, they kind of play out similarly. So I think there's a lot of links, and there's a lot of crossover. I think a lot of people who are very fat positive will also be very trans positive. I would have thought. I could be wrong, but that's another thing to explore, you know? I mean, I have so many things that I need to look into, and it's kind of, there's a bit of option paralysis sometimes, but Destiny has been challenged with these arguments and brings up other psychological examples of defenses. We rely on people's reports of psychological problems all the time. Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one because, yeah, we do. I think the difference tends to be that we're not typically rearranging people's bodies surgically. I think that would probably be the, I don't know. I'd need to find kind of a debate where he does that, I guess.
Medical decision making. But then as we've gotten into the internet age and social media and chat rooms, and there's things in electronic health records where there's inter-doctor chats and between nurses and doctors where it's like, oh, hey, you know, I ordered a Motrin for, you know, I put new orders in for room 8 or whatever. But, you know, people would write things in there, oh, the person has increased pain, this or that. But any type of forum, you know, you have to assume could be out into the public. And so that's one thing, but it's just how you conduct and present yourself. I mean, just some of the things in there should just be like, hey, wait a second, we need to alert people about this cancer. Oh, wait, you're taking care of.
You know what? Actually, this has made me think of something. So that guy that was the doctor about apomophilia, wanting your legs cut off or whatever. Like, there's a trans doctor that talks about like teens of all things. A queer doctor, should I say? What have I done? Fuck's sake! I can't see my mouse. It keeps disappearing. This is really annoying. Use the Facebook. I cannot see my mouse. This is really not helpful. How do I get it back? How do I get my mouse back? I don't want to be on Facebook right now. I can just see it highlighting. I can go. Does anyone get it? Using OBS and streaming, sometimes your mouse cursor disappears. I literally, how am I supposed to get off fucking Facebook? Oh my god, it's driving me insane. Okay. We have workarounds.
My
it's actually
daughter
loaded
changes how her house smells every season. I never used to care about how my house smelled until my daughter put me onto Purdy and
More daughter from
Any type of forum, you know,
Anyway.
is you have to assume could be out into the public. And so that's one thing, but it's just how you conduct and present yourself. I mean, just some of the things in there should just be like, hey,
Yeah, it just happens sometimes. And like, it's back now. I don't know why. No, there was this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, 500. I'm hoping maybe I can hit a K before the end of the year. It's unlikely, but I want to see how close I can get. Yeah, so there was this doctor. So this other doctor that I was talking about, sorry, trying to get back on track, that was saying about these leg amputations and how they're the most rewarding thing he's done. And he's like talking about like,
I myself went through my own.
this doctor is talking about like a similar thing, like cutting like teenagers' breasts off.
I myself went through my own sort of gender identity and exploration of my own queerness, and as like a teenager and young adult, I clung to the term gay because that's all I had, that's all I knew, but it never felt right.
Do we need to hear anything? Listen, if I can get them saying weird stuff about kids, I'm not going to pass up an opportunity, you know what I mean? But yeah, pronouns in bio, talking about queerness straight away. What's queerness? Who fucking knows? I wouldn't trust this person to operate on me personally.
Right, I never felt at
Like, this is a person who very much is way too close to this whole thing. And like, obviously has like inroads in the community. Obviously has some like investment. Obviously has some investment in this kind of ideology.
home in that label.
Because here's the thing, these people benefit from the ideology and they get paid from the ideology because their ideology is literally bringing in the patients, and the patients are bringing money with them. You know what I mean? It's wild. But all you have to do is just believe everything everyone says, and it's like, well, no, he's helping people. Teenage girls need their breasts cutting off for reasons. Female hysteria, or whatever the fuck we're saying nowadays.
And it was over time as I started engaging more and more with the queer, trans, and gender diverse population that I really felt comfortable and started encountering people that looked like and felt like I felt, and learned the language that they used, and then really found the labels that I apply to myself, which are queer, gender diverse, and that's where I live. I'm Blair Peters. I use he, they pronouns. I'm a plastic and reconstructive surgeon at OHSU, and I specialize in gender affirming and peripheral nerve surgery. I describe gender affirming surgery as using surgery to help someone physically actualize their internal sense of self. So I view surgery as changing something that makes someone feel dysphoric to make them feel euphoric and better and more comfortable in their own body. You know, when someone sees their vulva for the first time and you can see that you've just lifted this huge burden off of them completely. Or, you know, I have an adolescent patient that hasn't been going to school for months and is completely socially isolated and is having just like an extremely difficult time, and they come back to clinic 2 months after top surgery and they're like this exuberant teenager in school, you know, planning the rest of their life, thriving all of a sudden. And there are so few things that you can do in medicine and in surgery where a few hours in the operating room can completely transform somebody. And that's a pretty amazing way.
There you go. What's the transformation? They have a better life now. What's the metric of the better life? Well, they said after the stuff that it was better, their life's better now. Remember ovurotomy? You know what I mean? And this whole thing, like, taking off someone's leg that was healthy was the most rewarding thing of their life. Well, yeah, because you're seeing the placebo effect in action, arguably. And this person, you can tell they're like captured. You can tell this is what they want because this is what they believe in. But is it real? You know what I mean? Fuck me, it's spooky sometimes. I have lost my cursor again. Don't worry, I don't need to play fucking videos. It's only the whole point of this.
To spend your life, especially as a queer person and a gender diverse person that...
Gender diverse? In what way? You have pink hair. Like, a man can dye his hair pink. What's gender diverse about that? I don't know. I guess he's diversifying a lot of people's genders by his job.
Gets it in some ways, not all, but in some.
For one of these surgeons, you would think he could afford the reforestation, whatever it's called. You know what I mean? But then I'd have to dye that pink too. Go to default setting. I don't even know how to get to any settings right now because I can't see my mouse.
And to be able to sort of bond with my patients in
It's back. There we go. It's just going to keep coming back. So
that way and share that space is really amazing. I couldn't imagine feeling more fulfilled.
See, it's easy to be a good person. It's so easy. Just find a cause where people want something and will go to any length to get it, even though it makes no fucking sense. And then do it for them. And then they'll like sing your praises forever because that's what they wanted. Obviously, if you give people what they want and the patient is leading the care, the likelihood is they're not going to regret the fucking shit that they did because they're invested in that shit. I keep using the term sunk cost fallacy. It's a really important one.
Hey, wait a second. We need to alert people about this cancer. Oh, wait, you're taking care of a 13-year-old developmentally delayed young person who's puberty blocked, and now you're asking questions about the next step. Wait a second. Let's make sure here that everything is done correctly. Or just the fact they're putting those things in there shows a level.
Oh, actually, no, there is some interesting stuff with this. What was it called? Well, they're calling it BIID now. Body integrity. Yeah, body integrity. So yeah, the primary reason for desiring the amputation, feeling that it would correct a mismatch between the person's anatomy and the sense of his or her true self. Where have we heard that before?
Of just, how poor the medical decision-making and everything is around this. And then the hubris to just be in there writing these things like, yeah, whatever, as if they have no guardrails. And they've really walked themselves out on a plank where seeing this, is just, no, doctors do not talk like this. It's a blatant disrespect.
Also an interesting bit here. So, to our knowledge, in North America / developed world, willing to perform such extreme elective operations, referring to cutting someone's limb off that's healthy, for example, because of body integrity disorder. Even in this day and age where wpath approved genital and breast amputations are commonplace and even performed on minors, the idea of amputating healthy limbs is reviled by most people. So yeah, like, why is one okay but not the other is kind of the thing. And I guess the justification is that these are sex parts. This is about, it's about gender dysphoria or whatever. But I mean, gender dysphoria is just a theory, really. I don't know. I don't know what this compulsion is that like drives me to want to be more like feminine and be perceived as feminine. You know what I mean? Like, gender dysphoria is just a theory.
Disregard for patients. I mean, the discussions around, detransitioners and trying to resolve the cognitive dissonance in their head, where people are then saying, oh, it's just, well, I think it, again, it's like the language games to convince themselves it's okay. Like, oh, well, it's just
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's this this Marcy Bowers person saying? So yeah, some people are drawing parallels, and then one of them saying apotemnophilia is a mental diagnosis in a psychiatric condition. Which is interesting because that's what gender dysphoria is too. So I don't know why she's saying that and trying to distance the two. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
the journey. I mean, to be able to think of somebody who has been harmed in this way and to talk about them like that. Okay, doctors, ethical doctors in normal medical practice do not talk like that. You don't just say, oh, gee, I'm sorry, I cut off the wrong leg. Oh, I'm sorry, I, accidentally gave that person an allergic reaction by not.
I want to know, actually, now that I think about it. So someone has this apotemnophilia. Are there any, like, Are there any treatments offered to these people? Is it like standardized kind of stuff like DBT or whatever? I think this might be an outdated term, to be fair. Yeah, body integrity identity disorder. Okay, fair enough. Psychological, such as CBT, such as, okay, yeah. Or antidepressants. So yeah, that's the treatment we're talking about. I'm from Latam. Is it in Mexico? I could be wrong. Latin America. Okay, fair enough. I guess I wasn't so far off. I'm glad that in places Argentina and Uruguay, reassignment surgery for trans people is free, but only for adults. Yeah. I'm against transing kids. I think kids are too young to be making these kind of decisions.
Not paying attention to the allergies. Those are, nobody talks like that. So it's just a level of just really outside the standards of practice, which of course is ironic because they're, have put themselves at the center of the standards by, whatever perfect storm of things. And then our medical associations in our country and as well, in Europe, although they've, backed off and urged caution. But in our country, I think they just didn't do their homework and kept saying, oh yeah, wpath, everything's fine. Nothing, we trust them. We're treating it as if it's the American College of Cardiology and they tell you this is the latest on.
Oh, they mentioned gender euphoria. Thing cannot be said for amputation of healthy genitalia or the creation of a second set of genitals in the service of meeting body modification goals and experiencing gender euphoria. Like, I don't know. I've never felt gender euphoria, really. I don't know. I don't really know what it is. I don't feel many emotions, so maybe that's a part of that. Who knows? Maybe my experiences are just different to other people because I'm kind of somewhere in the middle. I'm not like sad or happy most of the time. I'm just kind of existing, and like my life is pretty good, honestly, all things considered. But like I don't experience like euphoria, and I wonder if they're gonna sort of suggest that gender euphoria is kind of the placebo effect, the kind of confirmation bias in action. You know what I mean? So like they were saying that say lobotomies, was it no fuck me, ovarotomies. I think that those, like, maybe that's the kind of gender euphoria kind of thing, like the satisfaction rates, because the satisfaction rates are high, but taking out someone's ovaries is not a recognized way of improving a woman's life. You know what I mean? Unless like those ovaries are like fucked up and need to go or something, Oh yeah, and they're talking about these unusual, more body mod, I'm gonna become intersex, I guess, kind of things. Health and ability to form long-term romantic partnerships, which makes sense because if you've got unusual genitalia, that is going to be a deterrent to some people, whether it's because you call yourself a woman but you've got a penis, or whether you've had something done that makes you not seem to resemble either all that much. You know what I mean? Like that's just what you got to expect, And that's why it's really dodgy, that whole idea of like you should date trans people, like you shouldn't have a preference against trans people and shit like that. Like that's pretty fucked up. Is gender euphoria a thing? I have no idea. I only ever hear about gender euphoria in tandem with like trans people, and it's not always trans men. But I'm pretty sure like taking testosterone, it does make you feel like more alive and more like, juiced up. I mean, it's a steroid, isn't it? Testosterone. I have to check now because I may have just said something stupid, but I'm pretty sure it's a steroid. So I don't know, like, do you feel good when you take steroids? You know what I mean? I'm sure it's a fucking steroid. I'm not gonna fucking bother look it up. I'm sure it is. Anyway. I doubt myself too much. I need to stop doing that.
And treating a heart attack. Okay.
Like natural crack cocaine for us. See, like I was always like, I never felt that different when I felt different when I was on a T blocker. Like, excuse me. I was way more sensitive and like angry at like everything. I got set off by the tiniest thing. I'd get upset. like after my surgery, I basically feel the same. Like, I don't know, I've always been kind of low key, I guess. And like, I was probably quite low T. Like my facial hair didn't grow very much in general. Yeah. So, I think that's one thing that can influence what we're calling gender euphoria, or can be the actual cause of it. I think that confirmation bias and stuff like that, you finally hit milestones, things like that. Yeah, you're probably going to feel it because you're very much in the belief that that's going to happen. It's a bit like, I don't know, what's the kind of milestone a Christian might hit? Something like that. The kind of thing where to an outsider, it's probably, it doesn't make much sense because they don't believe in it and stuff. But to you, it's very like confirming of something. I don't know. I'll think of a good comparison for that. But yeah, I don't personally believe in gender euphoria, and whenever I've watched videos on it, it's generally been very poorly defined, shall we say? Like many things that I watch videos on, unfortunately.
Okay. But they just, yeah, sorry, Stella, so go ahead.
There's one doctor who says that in 15 years of practicing medicine, she hasn't refused anybody. Only one person got refused a kind of the letter to go ahead with medical transition. So it's kind of blanket affirming everybody of medical transition, which is what happens when you start allowing the kind of the clients to lead. And then that same therapist said that, or clinician said that, the only person she refused was in active psychosis in the office, when she was actually, I shouldn't laugh, but it's so awful. And she regretted.
God, they're literally on the document, they're like talking about like they want wpaths, like wpaths practices to be banned. I'm like, let's go. I was just thinking about the feeling the spirit thing, maybe relating to gender euphoria. Yeah. I think that's possibly a factor as well. Hey, Judo Chip. Hope you're doing well.
Not allowing that person to go ahead for medical transition.
Right. She uses the word regrettably, and then she also, there's another key word in I think that very same comment where she says they only refused one, everyone else got their letter, and they all got at least an orchiectomy, so at least surgical castration, and
yeah, they're treating almost everyone. Like, if they treated less people, it would be less money, surely. I mean, in America, certainly. That is true. Testosterone levels do include confidence and aggressiveness. Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, you get like roid rage and stuff, like guys who take way too much of that shit and quite angry as a result. Like, it's a thing. And I don't know, I need to look more into gender euphoria, but the fact that it's a nonsense concept as far as I can tell, and very much placebo effect and side effects of actual treatments they're getting, yeah, I'm not sure. And it is a bit unusual that it happens in trans women as well, but it's probably a cultural idea at a certain point. Someone started saying it and more people started saying it, and we believe in stuff that makes us feel good, right? Like, if this I'm questioning my gender, and these trans people are all talking about like gender euphoria, all that shit. Like, it sounds great. I don't know if Dylan Mulvaney mentions gender euphoria, but it seems like the kind of thing that they would. And like, yeah, it seems to be like a mimetic thing as much as anything else. But hey, I don't know. I need to explore it more. There's so many topics I need to just kind of put aside a day and just kind of go straight into it and watch just a bunch of stuff on to try and make any sense of the other side of it. Because I want to understand what trans people are talking about when they say things like gender euphoria, because I just don't really relate to it. But it's very hard to actually get real information on this shit. It's very relatable when someone like Andrew Gold is talking to Peter Tatchell and saying, well, these are concepts that are just never explained to me properly. And like, I ask people, they won't talk to me. Like, I feel the same way, you know? And we're talking about like gender identity and stuff. And it's the same with stuff like this. It's extremely poorly defined. And that seems to be on purpose. Like, trans is extremely poorly defined. And that seems to be on purpose, you know?
everybody is living presumably happily ever after. And it's presumably, nobody's following them up. Nobody knows whether all of these castrated people are living long, healthy, happy lives. She's just assuming that they are.
And the only long-term study, from Sweden, I know it was, it's an old study, but like it was out about 10 years ago, but it was over 40 years watching trans people.
Yeah, reading some of this stuff, I'm sorry I'm pausing an awful lot. Reading some of this stuff, it's almost like they kept trying to find a way to make this kind of patient-led care work, where presumably they can do a bunch of procedures on a bunch of people because they all want it and they're all saying, yes, yes, sign me the fuck up. It doesn't really matter, like, whether it's actually helping anyone, because from the surgeon's point of view, they're just bringing them in, chopping them up, sending them out. Here's the bill. What a good person I am because I've helped all these people, you know? It's quite sinister, honestly. And it seems like this model has been like trying to get through for a long time, like well over a century even. And like, this is the best version of it they've come up with because they've made it sound noble, I guess. Which sucks for those of us that genuinely feel that kind of compulsion and are like, I very much, you know, I very much believe that this was probably good for me in some ways. It's very hard to kind of, I'm automatically going to have to end up under a bus whatever happens. But then I've spent fucking years under a bus by now because trans communities fucking suck. So I don't know.
And their lives, and it showed 19 times more likely to die by suicide compared to the general population. Now, granted, these are vulnerable people anyway, but that's the only long-term study of people who do medically transition. It's an incredibly difficult road to take. That's why GenSpect has taken the position to advocate for a non-medicalised approach to gender dysphoria, because we looked at the medicalised approach and said it is fraught. We couldn't see how a doctor can recommend a medicalised life. You're on a medical leash for life.
Sorry, I keep seeing things. I keep reading things, and it's like, Jesus, that, yeah. Like, yeah, so they're saying the origins of it appear to be different. Like, these people report seeing an amputee in childhood, but like, do trans people not see other trans people, or even non-trans people, like a man seeing a woman? Is that not like inspiration to people? I mean, they won't say that it is, but like, you know, autogynephiles. Like, yeah, there's a lot of, you know, I was trying my mother's dresses on when I was 5 or whatever. Like, for me, it was just kind of thoughts that I didn't know what to do with and kind of put away. But then I don't know how much I kind of took that and ran with it. So I don't know. Listen, I'm happy to like dissect my own transition because it doesn't actually matter whether it's bullshit to me because I'm fine with who I am anyway. So I don't mind. Sexual element only began at puberty. Eunuch identified. Jesus Christ. wpath 2022 eunuch session. What was this? What was this? Crazy. Hang on. 2022 eunuch session. They had a eunuch session. Grown up on farms, witnessed animals castrated. Jesus Christ. I mean, hey, listen, witnessing crazy stuff at an early age can fuck you up. That's why I went hard on that Just Doing Activism person, who, if you don't know, is someone that was like talking to kids on Omi TV, like the new version of Omegle, like trying to get them to become vegans and like sending them this like shocking footage, you know what I mean, of like slaughterhouses and stuff, which I think is very much being reckless with other people's mental health for your own gain, which is why I called them out and they called me a transphobe, which is nice. But yeah, like this kids seeing this kind of stuff. Or what about kids seeing like bizarre shit at Pride, like old men shaking their junk around and shit like that? You know what I mean? Like, are we really sure that this is not going to have any effect on someone just because it's a bit tamer than seeing animals getting killed? Seeing, you know, this kind of shit, like seeing animals castrated and then they end up eunuch identifying. Like, Jesus Christ, I don't know. I wish my concerns were like heard in any way, shape or form, but they barely were. So hey, if you call someone a he instead of a she, then it doesn't matter if they're doing something incredibly immoral and incredibly risky to other people's mental health who are like underage. But it does matter that I misgendered someone. That's the lesson I got from that. So I don't know. My lesson actually was like, fuck trans people once again. But we'll I don't hate trans people. Listen, I hate what the people are doing that are like making this shit go crazy. You know what I mean? That's what I actually hate. I don't hate the people. Plenty of the people are better than this. Not necessarily Just Doing Activism, but plenty of other people. So yeah. Yeah. They've started, listen, this is like bullshit gossip shit, so tune me out or whatever. But like, they've started like doing these titles that are like sexy streamer talks about speciesism, and it's like, just don't call yourself sexy. No one needs to call themselves sexy unless they're on fucking OnlyFans or something. And then I have to see it because I don't fucking go on OnlyFans. So I don't know. I need to be back in just a sec. I need to like have some food and stuff, but I'm not going to be, I'll be muted and stuff, so you won't hear me or anything. I have like really, really bad misophonia. So like when people eat on camera and stuff, like down their microphones, I have to like mute them and stuff or like skip through. So like, don't worry about any of that for me, I guess. I'll be back in just a sec. It's 12:30. Okay. Look, I'll just be in and out a slight bit for the next sort of half an hour, but we'll go on.
If you're weakening your body with medical transition, you're burdening our body with a heavy medical burden for the rest of your life. Why not advocate for a non-medicalized approach? As far as, bodily autonomy is concerned, yeah, people maybe should be free to so long as they're not vulnerable, so long as they don't have mental illness, so long as they're not children or minors or adolescents. But it should be in extreme body modification clinics. This should not be in hospitals. It should not be a standards of care. Should not be a kind of a clinically acceptable kind of where doctors, this is extreme body modification. It's in the cosmetic clinics.
Well, yeah. And I just think that some of the plastic surgeons in there, honestly, to me,
unit calm, that is a new, I guess it's the absence of testosterone, but like why though? Why am I? How do I go between tabs without I know how to go between windows. Is it? Oh, control tab. Oh yeah. Okay. Can I? Oh no, I can do it this way. So yeah, it's the obvious thing. Reduce libido, lower aggression. I mean, I experienced that as well. For me, I think it's a good thing, but I'm a very angry person for a lot of reasons. So controlling my mood, I guess, is a good thing. But that doesn't mean that it's something that should be like aspired to. You know what I mean? I'm a odd case, I guess. But yeah, unit calm. There we go. Should people be searching? Oh, am I muted? I'm not, am I? No, I'm not. Cool. Should people be searching out for castrations and shit like that because they'll think it will calm them down a little bit? I mean, there's probably there's probably less invasive ways of doing that. There's probably more, what's the word I'm looking for? Reversible ways of doing that. But yeah, you're gonna get them. You're gonna get people that want to do that. But trans is like sacred and different and totally about gender identity and nothing else. I don't know. We've created a movement around it that was exactly what we shouldn't have been doing, and I'm pretty sure I'd spent years like trying to tell people this shit. I don't want it politicized, and we did the opposite. So hey,
is it just this is their referral base and their pipeline? Because when you go in the hospital and you're in the operating room, there's obviously, standards in terms of practicing cleanliness, different things like that. But, some of those conversations, again, just don't make sense medically. And in terms of homeless people and severe mental health, again, in the ER where I work, this is my population. Okay. So we can't get that to follow up for a normal appointment or just do normal things because obviously they're so disorganized they don't have a safe place to live. So they're not, they don't have a home, an apartment, they don't have a job. So the idea that would comport with doing this to them medically is back to falling into just, really egregious actions towards really vulnerable people who, don't have everything together to say, wait a second, no, this is wrong. I'm out of here. And I want to jump into the questions, Sasha, too. There's so many, but one thing I did want to sort of transition into, because this has come up also.
There's something just there about children, like girls growing embarrassingly tall. Like, it makes you think about the gender differences, the kind of things that we point to today and be like, oh shit, this person likes this. Does that mean they're not really a girl? So it's interesting, they're seeing these kind of traits as if we're trying to enforce kind of stereotypes in a way. And it seems like we're doing a bit of that again. You know what I mean? Like, you're a tomboy. Oh, you must be a man. You're a lesbian. Oh, you must be a man.
Also, Mia, we've been asked, and maybe is sort of the like, well, how do you know these aren't cherry picked, and how do you know maybe that there was a person like me saying something like these things and that stuff was cut out? So maybe you could speak towards like journalistic ethics and normal practices in terms of, the source or sources that, that this stuff was given to Michael, and how is it that you verified that these were accurate? How do you know? Is this a cohort out of a larger amount, or just some of those issues? There's a few questions in there about that. So I think that's, important to make sure we talk about. And I think you do in the report too, but.
What's interesting is it feels like the gay movement was kind of more about you can be male or female and do all these things as well as all these things. And nowadays it's more like, if you're doing those things, it might actually mean you're this. It's a very different mentality. But we still talk about gay and trans issues as if they're like completely one and the same almost.
Yeah, well, first of all, I don't know who the source or sources are. I don't know who provided the materials to Michael. Only Michael knows that. They are what is tacked on to the end of the report is the materials that we were given. So each conversation is a thread, rather like Twitter. There's somebody asks a question and then the replies come in, and they're screenshots of these conversations.
Listen, your laptop might be compromised by wpath. It might be hearing the information you're being subjected to and is trying to stop you from hearing it. I think that's probably what's going on.
We didn't take anything out. We didn't chop anything out. We did redact names, of course. And then
information. It was just redact names that were not known. You know what I mean? But the very well-known people were left in.
Yes. And then I wrote to everyone who was going to be named in the report. I very, very detailed right of reply emails telling them what they said in the files and what I intended to say about it, asking them for comment. And that didn't go down so well.
As a passionate DIYer, I'm always on the lookout for tools that can simplify my projects and help me achieve professional grade results.
Do you want to say that, and then I'm going to read out?
Trying to save me. Oh no, it's trying to censor me. That's what's going on. I'm joking. I have no idea. Listen, my phone like runs out like crazy, and it only charges when it's turned off because it's been dropped a fair amount of times. I didn't look after my stuff as well as I should.
Marcy Bowers, the president's statement. But you did write to everybody before we published, so go ahead.
I did. I wrote to everyone, and I only got one reply, and that was with a vaguely worded legal.
Regret rate. So this is those hormonal treatments on kids that were like too short or too tall, depending on gender, sex. So yeah, regret rate of 42.1%. We're going to start seeing numbers closer to this eventually for like detransition rates. It's going to start happening because the numbers we're given, a lot of the official sources are just really dodgy. Yeah. I need to clear mine out as well. I've got so many like VODs on my computer that I can just get rid of because I've edited what I need out of them. But I'm one of those people, like, so much of this, like, stuff that I'm not as invested in doing, like keeping my computer clear. I'm just like, oh, I'll do it another time. And then I do that for everything. And then everything just ends up being put off. But I don't know. I become a bit obsessive over this shit. So I think a lot of stuff is falling by the wayside. But hey.
Threat. And everyone else was actually ordered not to reply to me. The source provided Michael with a screenshot of the internal communication saying, don't reply to this journalist. So yeah, go ahead, read the statement.
Time to read it. So wpath president Dr. Marcy Bowers released.
Yeah, so this the thing with the human growth hormone and whatever they were giving to like girls. It is quite spooky, and I think that's chronologically that's the one that comes just before transition or was coming about at a similar time to. I mean, obviously transition goes back a lot further than we think, like with what was happening in pre-Nazi Germany and stuff. But like yeah, like when they put it in a certain way, it's easy to be cynical about it, you know. What was it? Once again, using hormonal interventions to mold children into gender stereotype norms. That's fine, just an etc. Like, feel free to drop by later. I'm gonna hope to stream, like, probably not until as late as usual, but I still want to do other stuff because I need to keep content moving. I'm down to 1 video a day, which is not what I'd prefer. I want to hit the algo as much as possible, you know what I mean? But yeah, thank you. See you again.
This statement. wpath is
Oh, hey Sam, we're looking at the wpath stuff. We looked into, there was a really interesting thing that I think you'll be interested in. I think it was ovariotomy. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Like this was going on like over a century ago, and there's some really interesting parallels with gender affirming care, especially in the sense that like women wanted this. This was a thing. It was like, we're going to stop you being a hysterical woman by taking your ovaries out. And women wanted this, and like the regret rates were very low because they were that convinced that this was going to help them, and that convinced afterwards that it had helped them. Whereas, you know, taking someone's ovaries out to help their mental health is not very intuitive, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's a really interesting parallel. And then we had some cases about kids that were like tall girls and like short boys that were given certain hormones and stuff. There's a lot of parallels. So these like wpath files, I'm glad I'm looking at them now because it's something I put off for a while. But yeah, like some really interesting things. Really interesting things coming up in this so far. And then I think at the end of this document, there's loads of like actual leaks from professionals and stuff. What time did okay, I need to drop out again in just a sec. I'm in and out a little bit. I need to get lunch, and I'm just gonna kind of turn my mic off and keep listening and looking through.
and has always been a science and evidence-based organization whose recommendation.
I started early today because Charlie's at work and I didn't know what else to do, and I'm like, I'm either going to end up going for a smoke or I can just start doing something on stream. So it's like, well, when you put it that way,
are widely endorsed by major medical organizations around the world. We are the professionals who best know the medical needs of trans and gender diverse individuals.
And yeah, then the video is Jen Specht, and Mia Hughes, the author is one of the guests. Hi, Renault85. I hope you're doing well too. I'm doing pretty good. I'm still waking up somehow, but I'm not a morning person, and sometimes that means I'm also not an early afternoon person either, I guess.
And stand opposed to individuals who misrepresent and delegitimize the diverse identities and complex needs of this population through scare tactics. The world is not flat. Gender, like genitalia, is represented by diversity. The small percentage of the population that is trans or gender diverse deserves healthcare and will never be a threat to the global gender binary.
And then they make a statement that that's going to be the statement for every inquiry or something like that.
They've moved from no debate to the world is not flat.
Right.
Oh, fair enough. I'm not lucky enough to have ADHD, man. I've always been undiagnosed, and I don't know. I drink a fair amount of like matcha and like green tea and stuff because it's about all that wakes me up. I can't do energy drinks. I can't do coffee. Like they just make me feel really ill. So I'm in a perpetual state of feeling like I'm in a dream when I'm not, but it's okay, I guess.
I guess it's progress.
Well, I would just like to say, I know Marcy Bowers is a physician, so and I'm a physician. I'd like to just remind everyone that, first of all, this scandal is in a completely different phase. This is the end phase. It's widely out in the practice of medicine in clinics and in hospitals. So it's not about like theories, and it's not even arguing so much the different research papers, which I know research is important. I'm not minimizing that, but we're talking about medical practice and what malpractice is and safety standards and the standards in hospitals and how we practice. And so when she says that, they know best, that's like, it has zero to do with a patient in front of you and you're charged with making a diagnosis and a treatment plan. And if your diagnosis is wrong, like that, their psychological issues or distress could be treated by medicine, by pills or surgeries. Well, you've made the wrong diagnosis, you have the wrong treatment, so you don't know best. So you have to be operating within the law. So that doesn't make any sense because we know there's detransitioners who have been harmed and have had the wrong diagnosis. Okay, they're not the unhappy, the future adult trans person. So that's wrong. It's not addressed. And then
as a menopausal female, I can tell you that not being hormone driven is quite relaxing. So I can understand those women being happy with that surgery. Yeah, of course, yeah. And that's the thing. When people are happy with it, it makes people think it must be a good thing, which is not always the case. Because what people are happy with is not what's good for them sometimes. It's like, I'd probably be happier having fucking ice cream for dinner, but would I be healthier? You know what I mean? But yeah, that kind of mentality is used like constantly. The DSM and ICD do not strictly recommend treatments. Yeah, true.
Diversity of patients, again, that doesn't mean anything. These are humans, and your job is to make a diagnosis, to treat them, make sure you're not hurting them. So what that statement makes zero sense in the practice of medicine. If she's talking about plastic surgery and elective surgeries in terms of elective, that's a different story, but they've gotten themselves to a place where they have said this is mandatory and essential, and therefore it has to be covered. So you can't be having elective surgeries and having them be essential and covered. The two things don't work. So the statement, doesn't make any sense medically for the phase that we're in, which is.
It reminds me of that comment in the files, you might not be binary, but hormones are. You know what I mean? It's kind of saying one thing and then saying the other, and you're like, what are you saying here? If you follow me, what were your thoughts, Mia, when you saw the statement?
I don't know that I should. I found hang on. What the part that stands out to me, gender like genitalia is represented by diversity. I don't know if this is your answer to
one thing and
make any sense medically for the phase that we're in, which is.
It reminds me of that comment in the files,
You can absolutely have necessary elective surgeries. Heart transplants are elective. Yeah, I'm sure there's loads of them that exist, but we're talking about pulling out a woman's ovaries to make them happier, which it probably will make them happier in some ways. I think it will probably also cause an awful lot of problems, though.
You might not be binary, but hormones are.
And I mean, hey, there's risks with things like heart transplants as well, but, usually it's for something a bit more urgent than I have female hysteria,
You know what I mean? It's kind of saying one thing and then saying the other, and you're like, what are you saying here? If you follow me, what were your thoughts, Mia, when you saw the statement?
I don't know that I should. I found hang on. What the part that stands out to me, gender like genitalia.
I'll just be back in like a sec. Sorry, I'm just gonna be in and out for a short while. I need to eat something, so I'll be quiet for a short while as well. But yeah, we'll just carry on.
Is represented by diversity. I mean, I don't know if this is your answer to the contents in the files. This is all you're going to say. They're not that. Again, back to, they're simply not able to face up to the harm that they're doing. And I understand that, because I understand that once you've locked yourself into this pathway, it's really going to be so enormous for them to face up to the harm that they're doing. And so they make statements like this. And I think it's disrespectful to the victims of this scandal. And
I'm trying to find out more. There was a thing that I've been looking at. Where's it fucking gone? Oh, it's here. Yeah, so in the original Dutch paper sponsored by Ferring Pharmaceuticals and Maker of lol, Dewal and Cohen-Ketenis even discussed the opportunity to manipulate growth. Oh yeah, no, widespread adoption of estrogen therapy to correct height. I'm trying to find, is there a year that's being cited for like when this was going on? Like the investigation into this was 2000, but it's not really like height correction estrogen therapy I've got. That's not what I searched. Hang on. There we go. At the top it was saying something else that was trying to mess me around. Got a Venn. That's the paper where they give girls a scale. Hang on, so it was Dewal and what was it? Okay, I can't see the same thing that's on the stream right now. Actually, no, you probably can see what's on the screen. Dewal and Cohen-Ketenis. Is this it, maybe? Ferring Pharmaceuticals. This is the original Dutch protocol. I thought it was a different one. To be fair, I don't fucking know. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely those people. Dewal, Cohen-Ketenis. Gender identity disorder in adolescents. Protocol. Listen, I only have so much ability to like read studies. Wait. Oh, do I have to sign up? Are you serious? Is there anywhere else I can get this from? Like, no offense. Same people, but maybe a different paper. Oh, okay, right. It makes sense that, yeah, so, you know, obviously there's a bit of a conflict of interest when you're sponsored by people providing these things. Am I sure that's the right paper? I'm not, to be honest with you. It doesn't say a date. There's this. I think this report is generally well written, but it isn't clear which one they're actually talking about. And it's like a deeply flawed study of just 55 adolescents, like, and then I have to purchase it. I still have to purchase it. Okay. This is the 2006 one. This might be it. 7 pages. I think this is it. Because I guess this is where it kind of started, and they're still referencing the kind of height stuff that we've been reading about, but it's kind of morphed into the gender identity stuff. Oh, you posted a link. Oh, sorry. 2011. Okay. A prospective follow-up study. So that's a follow-up to this one. Ah, yeah. That's fine. I'll look at the 2011 one as well. This one is the 2006 one, I believe. Yeah. This looks like it's a precursor to the one you're talking about. So I don't know if they expanded on what they were doing. So transsexuals, increasingly young ages. Like, this is 2006, by the way. Like, Jesus Christ. We're not gonna go into super detail with this just right now. Gonna bookmark stuff though, because I need to come back to so much of this stuff. Like, everything I pick up, this isn't a case of I'm looking at it and then it's, well, I've looked at that now. This is like stuff that I have to come back to like often, because I never know when this kind of stuff's gonna come up. You know what I mean? Side effect. Follow protocol. References. I feel like I've skipped something I shouldn't have. What was the sample size? Is it going to say? 54 patients are being treated according to this protocol. Is this it? Height is strongly genetically determined, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it is. So there were these experiments looking to try and modify it using hormone therapy, and that seems to sort of melded into like the start of transitioning kids, I guess. Because yeah, they were doing some really strange stuff. Again, like in this like wpath file, I think right at the top of something else. Right at the top of one of the Discord things. By the way, if you're not familiar, you can join my Discord. Check the links we've got and support the channel. You can also listen to music, maybe buy some if you enjoy it. But please like the stream. It's not optional, except that it is. Whatever. Yeah, it doesn't mention a date and stuff like this. So like there's parts of this that are a bit hard to like follow up on, I guess. What's DES? I don't know. Going well, it's going well. I'm great at reading things. Experience high rates of fertility issues. Endometriosis. I don't know what that is either. I'm not a doctor. Listen, I'm not a fucking doctor by any case. Disease in which, similar to the lining uterus, goes outside of the uterus. Jesus Christ. ChatGPT. I might have to. Like, at the moment, I'm not trying to find anything super like concrete on anything. I'm more just kind of getting ideas of how this stuff has happened. Yeah, I can't tell if this is the same one because this mentions 54 patients. That's more common than you expect. Yeah, I can imagine. But it shouldn't be getting caused by trying to become something you're not. You know what I mean? I don't think we need to add to causes for anything like that. Yeah, we've got growth. We're still talking about growth. We got bone density. It's a very common concern with HRT. Give me 1 sec. I need to come back again. I'll just be like 1 or 2 minutes. I will when I come back and I'm all sorted. I won't have to keep coming in and out the whole time. That was a sentence, probably. Yeah, just bear with me. All right, I'm back. I'm going to be like a bit quiet, but I'll keep watching the video. I'll keep sort of reading through. I just need to eat something. So like for about 5 minutes, I won't be saying much, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I don't know how they roll this back.
And it's amazing, like wpath, when you start studying it, and you give a really good history of wpath in your report in the files, Mia, and it was this loose affiliation. It was a kind of a lunatic fringe organisation that were out on the edges, and they were called the Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association, like the HBIGDA, and it was exactly that. It was just this extraordinary, unusual organisation that kind of looked after its own. They had trans people and they had clinicians for decades, from 1978 onwards. And then in 2007, it's extraordinary. A lot of things happened around then. The Yogyakarta principles happened then. And, they did this really clever marketing move by changing their name from the HBIGDA to wpath, the World Professional Association of Transgender Health. And it seems like an influx of money happened around then. And it's extraordinary how much they polished up. It was obviously a perfect storm of social movements coming together, but they really, for standards of care, 7 and in 2012 and standards of care 8 in 2022, they were the Wild West by then. It was activists that completely infiltrated this organisation. I thought you did a really good analysis of that, but I'm talking too much because we should be looking at questions, shouldn't we, Karen? I can see what you're thinking.
Yeah. No. I mean, that's such important. I do. People should look at that, what you wrote about with the history, because it's important to understand in terms of the evolution. But well, I thought just everyone could kind of look in and
while we're looking, I want to say that we've 1,500 people watching between all the different platforms. So we're basically bigger now than wpath is, insofar as wpath isn't that big an organisation. They just have extraordinary funding and extraordinary power because they were there decades before everybody else.
Yeah.
But it's an important thing to underline. But everybody, I saw that Saoirse put it in the chat, everybody's very welcome to register if they're interested in coming to Lisbon, where we're having a
oh yes,
We're following the counter conference idea. So they have a conference in Killarney, and so did we. They had a conference in Denver, and so did we at the same time. And now they have a conference in Lisbon in Portugal at the end of September. And you both will be speaking. By then, your wpath will be old hat. But hopefully, the fast-track medicalisation of identities will be shown up to be, how you phrased it in the report, Mia, a medical scandal that is along with the lobotomies and the other scandals that have happened. And it happens periodically to the medical profession, and it's happened again. And you saw the opioid, Carrie, and we've seen it. But will we go to a couple of questions? Oh my God, there's loads.
Yeah. There's loads of them. I'm just gonna quickly kick off while you two are just looking for one to answer. But
how do we get this covered in mainstream media? I'll start with that. I think there's going to be. I think the mainstream media are frightened. And they're frightened to comment. There has definitely been mainstream media comment. The Daily Telegraph, the Economist, the Daily Mail. There's News Nation. You were on News Nation, weren't you, Mia, the other night? Newsweek. Yes. So there has been some mainstream, but I think they're frozen. They're scared, and there needs to be some courage. But courage is contagious, just fear.
Yeah. No, I think there'll be more. I mean, I think that. Again, we all grew up, I think just our institutions were intact, trusting them basically. And I think that, part of the story is that, people want to be hopeful. They want to, they want to do good by patients. I think that the organization, again, a confluence of things started out like, well, let's figure out how we can do best in the healthcare for this population. And I think, but then they, figured out that one of the things is this isn't an inborn medical problem in the sense that it's something you go to the doctor, you have appendicitis or God forbid cancer, something to fix. If you need the medical community to make you happy and be your identity, that in itself is a problem. So the way they had to solve it is to get into the organizations in order to get the services covered by insurance, because it's very expensive. So to understand the other organizations, whether they've taken, leadership roles or just a confluence of things, have come along saying, oh yes, whatever wpath says, we agree. But now they've gotten themselves into a box where when you see what's going on inside, the AMA saying, well, we agree with their guidelines. I would find it hard that people at the AMA would be, once they read through this and watch a video, would find that they would be endorsing this. Same with American Academy of Pediatrics and Endocrine Society. So, but I wanted to just only answer the one question that's come up a couple of times about it's that thing people do well, yeah, cancer's bad, but it's just how do you know it's just not the one case they were mentioning? Okay, so again, in the practice of medicine, there's things called never events or sentinel events. You don't cut off the wrong leg or give someone an antibiotic when it's that they're allergic to when it's flagged, or a medicine they're allergic to when it's flagged, severe allergy, anaphylaxis, and you don't go, well, it was just once, oops. Those are sentinel never events that are dealt with very, very strongly because we don't want to hurt people. And the systems are designed to figure out, how did something like that happen? So it isn't so much about how do we know there's only like 1 case or 2 cases of cancer that were mentioned. It's the fact that that is a never event. 1 is too many. That's what the answer is. Okay, so moving
as
on.
well, but as well,
Yeah.
how do we know it's not more than 1 event? It's
Yeah.
the point is that these young people are perfectly healthy, physically healthy, and the first line of treatment is to give them drugs that could potentially cause liver cancer and all the other side effects that come with it. The point is, if you don't know for sure that this is safe, it should not be the first line of treatment. You should be taking the least invasive approach first, which would be the psychotherapeutic approach, not leaping straight into hormones.
Yeah, of course. And then, additionally, I did training in medical toxicology. So just this whole idea of like, we're just, using doses to titrate to like effects of this, that, and the other thing is anathema, obviously, again, to medical toxicology and just the practice of medicine. We don't know what doses, for how long, when, what else it's mixed with. So yes, thank you for mentioning that. But I did also want to make sure people understand that there are never events and sentinel events, and they're just things, you just don't cross that line. But because of that tracking, we don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Here, I'd like to address.
Yeah.
Says, where do you think things are going from here? I'd love it if my daughter's affirming therapist and physician. I'd love it if my daughter's affirming therapist and physician reach out to say, you know what, we were misguided. Let's put the brakes in this and go deep in therapy. But I don't see this happening, certainly not anytime soon. What would you expect to see clinically in the near term? I think people can take it upon themselves that if you are aware of clinics near you, if you're aware of hospitals near you, if they have wpath in their guidelines, if they're talking about international best practice, they're talking about wpath standards of care, and that you write to them. You write to them and encourage other people to write to them saying, you know what, the wpath files have been released. I encourage you to have a look at this. It proves that it's not a scientific nor medical organization. You said there was 4 parts to that. Was there other ones you wanted to say, Mia, about that? I don't remember.
It's not scientific, it's not medical. Then there was the no respect for medical ethics. And that was when I went into the non-binary surgeries and the customized bodies that don't exist in nature. And the other one was just wpath has misled the public. And that's the opening one where they're just talking about how they know that teenagers can't understand lifelong sterility and all the rest of it. But in the sort of carefully crafted public image, they advocate for teenagers to be sterilized.
Yeah. And we now have the proof. We now have the files, and the files should be brought up every single time with clinics, with hospitals, every time. And somebody says international best practice, I'll stop you there. They have been discredited as an organization. Another interesting question that came up, and I thought this was raised an interesting point that I think you can speak to, is could there be a chance this would get the major medical organizations to use this as an excuse to wiggle out of their straitjackets? Something like, we were on board before, but with this new information, along with all those global systematic reviews and research pieces from all the different countries, we need to revisit our support of gender-affirming care. And presto, bingo, hey, we now realise this is not a good thing. Now, I just want to give my tuppence worth on this. I hope they do. I will be furious. I will be one of those bitter people that remembers it beyond decades beyond anybody else. And I probably will continue talking about it. But I still hope they stop. I don't care how they stop. I want them to stop because they're causing harm. And any way they cause harm, they can stop is a win for me. What do you think, Mia, or Carrie, on that?
Well, we're talking about major medical associations. Is that what we're talking about? I mean, it's got to be pointed out that the Endocrine Society, their 2017 guidelines were the committee for those guidelines was about half wpath members and rather prominent ones too. And they're revising those guidelines. And I think the head of the committee is a very prominent wpath member. So there's a massive overlap with some of them.
Hey, I found something again. Excuse me. We're making, you just saw the Endocrine Society, because I saw the APA and I've seen some really strange things come out of them. There's also more stuff to look into, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think wpath is fucking weird. They have so much like influence. It is ma'am, yes. I will aggressively kick things over like any woman would if you don't call me ma'am. That's true. Hey, I'm one of them. I have to take estrogen for the rest of my life because my body doesn't produce anything naturally. I mean, hey, I could take testosterone instead, but I don't want to. I don't want facial hair again that I'm already trying to get rid of. I don't want to be male. I don't want to be male anyway. It is ma'am as a rap, really? That's great. I feel like I should have come up with that one first. Nobody cares about my stupid body. Oh, they should. They should. That's the only reason I made this channel, is to get people to care about my body. I'm an incel, okay? That's a joke. wpath. We're near the bottom, I think, of the actual report. I didn't read all of it because I kind of skipped to the analogous cases that we were talking about with things like ovarotomies.
There's lots of medical organizations, and I don't know how many have this huge overlap. So I don't know. Hopefully others will. Carrie, do you think this is likely?
Well, I could tell you from what happened with the opioid crisis. I mean, the AMA never apologized for their role in
Trans going their own way. That's literally what I'm doing. Maybe I should call it TIGTOW. Just kind of make it a full-on dog whistle. I'm joking. Am I eating teas? I'm not eating anything. I do drink tea. I mostly drink matcha and like green tea. So I guess I'm a bit of a weeb in that way.
and basically collaborating with Purdue Pharma to create quote unquote standards inside the hospital where you had to measure pain. So I think it, I mean, the goal is to the degree to which they have influence, to get them, to stop exerting that influence in the direction of this continued harm. But do I think they'll officially say, oh, I'm sorry? No, I think there's a chance like a lot of things get rebranded. I mean, in emergency medicine, we have this thing where, all the nursing homes around us are all the same, but about every 3 years, they all have like different names because they close and someone else like buys them. So, but it's the same stuff going on. So
a big point, and I can kind of relate this back to the pt1 thing from yesterday, which I think is going up today. It's completely unedited, so if there's like videos and if there's adverts and shit in the video, then that's just what it is. But yeah, it kind of feels like we pushed forward and got a lot of progress quite quickly, but not very honestly. And now it's being pushed back. And you've got all these obfuscators like pt1 who have whatever investment in China, trying to preserve the new status quo. I don't think it's going to work personally. I think our arguments are terrible for the kind of medical care we've got. And I think it's going to swing back harder than it pushed forward, because like I said, we were doing so dishonestly. We were doing so in kind of a concerning way that people were going to start having a problem with eventually, because look at what's happening,
So I don't know. I mean, I do think, though, you show that, again, that important point that that there's a conflict of interest, because the folks that are just, in wpath are in these medical associations who then are at the regulatory level and culturally exerting pressure. We know that for the AAP.
Yeah, Labour made the right call. I mean, I agree with limiting like transition for children anyway as much as possible. Like, I'm not for that shit. So, but yeah, I mean, it was that, or kind of, would it be validating for a more misogynist to you? Maybe you can try it if you want. I can decide which one I like better. Has to be said how much the Tories moan about transgenderism. This entire thing happened on that watch. Yeah. I mean, hey. They probably thought they were doing the right thing to an extent and wanted at least some appeal. Wanted at least some appeal with people that weren't old.
The guideline, the sort of policy statement that was written, I mean, you could call it whatever, but people point to it and kind of used it as a practice guideline or something to shield themselves behind, was written someone just out of residency who now is named, an awesome.
So we're getting to the small amount that I've seen before, which is these exchanges of messages and stuff like that. And there's some interesting stuff in there. I mean, the very first one is about surgery on a 14-year-old. Like, so it's like straight away, Jesus Christ. But there's a lot of these, so I'm just gonna kind of look through them. when this ends, I might see if I can find maybe some critical media of this whole thing. It seems like, I mean, I was vaguely sort of looking at the chat, and there was some suggestions of what was there suggestions of? Fuck, my brain is like awful. There were suggestions of people like Aaron Reed trying to downplay stuff like this, suggesting it's not a big deal, which doesn't surprise me. I'd imagine that probably is the case. But yeah, we're gonna see, I guess. I'll see if I can, because I wanna get both sides, you know what I mean? So one sec. Anyway.
Suit. And so those things are super important to understand the influence, of wpath's role. And it's almost like, I hope one thing that comes out of this is, there are all kinds of laws related to pharmaceutical reps.
Yeah, and I've cited this before. So Christine N. McGinn. Listen, obviously, like, how trustworthy is this information? Obviously, you have to think about that. But assuming ketamine, Jesus Christ. I think I've done that once, but I didn't really enjoy it. It made me really depressed for some reason. It was a long time ago. I might have done cat since, but I don't remember. It's so bad for your stomach. Like, at the very least, like, if you want to try it once, fair enough. But it's the kind of thing, if you take it lots, it's going to fuck you up. But yeah, I mean, the first one, 14-year-old trans female wants gender surgery. I have performed around 20 vaginoplasties in patients under 18 over the past 17 years. Never happens though, never happens, never happens. Depressed. Yeah, it made me depressed. I can't remember. It was kind of a weird night, to be fair. Many bad for your bladder. Oh, I don't know, one of them. It fucks you up. It's bad for you. Like, people who do it habitually, they don't live long lives, you know. I can't remember. Me and Charlie watched a thing about ketamine. I only ever remember so much stuff, but I remember the gist, you know. Feel it is sound medical practice based on the situation of the patient. I have never been sued. None of the patients have regretted their decision that I am aware of. Like, fuck me. Listen, it's a very common talking point that these surgeries, like the trans surgeries, they have a lower regret rate than most other kinds of surgeries. But you have to remember the sunk cost fallacy in play. You have to remember the sort of confirmation bias in play, because this person will have been identifying as trans for however long. It's going to be sort of, it's going to be, fuck, what am I trying to say? It's going to be reaffirmed in these people's heads. There's going to be a certain amount of placebo effect. They're going to feel like they're happier because, you know what I mean? Jesus. I'm making a point of some kind here. I'll refine it, I guess, over the course of today, maybe. But yeah, you know, never happens. Yeah, dilation difficulties is painful dilating. It gets a bit easier. The doctors don't like it. Well, no, because they got paid already. They don't want to have to talk to this person again. They've already paid them. They paid them. They've given the service. Any doctor like that is going to want them to go away forever, surely. Yeah, so like, usually a vaginal stricture. What is stricture again? I didn't really get any complications that I'm aware of. Oh, it's a thing that can happen in Crohn's. I know a little bit about Crohn's. Ever seen that cartoon of the person throwing the bloody dilator at their partner's head? Jesus Christ, no, and I'm glad. I'm very happy. Sorry, I'm typing with one hand, that's why it's my left hand as well. Birth canal becomes narrower and shorter, I guess, potentially, but then it wasn't that big when I got done, so I'm not gonna explain that further. Fuck you. But yeah, like, yeah, tightening. I mean, hey, I probably have experienced a bit of that, but yeah, I don't know. I have to try and square the kind of fairly normal experience I've had of like the surgery, where I don't have some disgusting infected hole that like smells of shit. Because that's not what I experienced, and that's what you hear a lot about. Like, you go on any of these like TERF type pages on Twitter, and that's basically all they'll say about like vaginoplasties. Serotonin won't be erased. Serotonin won't be erased. Is it short? I don't know. That sounds cancerous. That sounds like something that's going to give me AIDS of the brain. But, you know. I'm going to really regret typing this in, especially on my, oh, commie trans chick. Is this going to get me, oh, thank you, OMG. Is this going to get me content copyrighted, whatever? They have quite a bit of experience at this point. Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, I had mine done in 2017. I've been doing them a decent while before that. Yeah, the surgeon that did mine, he was on a documentary that I saw years and years before I got mine done. I saw a documentary about trans people quite a few years before I started transitioning, and the surgeon that I saw was interviewed for it. So I think he's done like shit tons of them. So I think I was probably in good hands, at least, if nothing else, you know. Oh yeah, it's transformative. It's React content. This is me reacting to this. Listen, I wouldn't normally divert like this, but it's only 3.5 minutes, so fuck it.
It's the trans MC, coming from the desert sand, the heat. My rap is actually synonymous with savagery, yeah, it's me. I'm the face of a revolution, on a mission for recognition, a movement for trans inclusion. I came from the destitution, that's the direct result of this patriarchal system. It's a sacrificial altar.
I've never felt more white than at this moment.
Fucking vultures, they thicker than the thievery.
Oh, it's the same person. Oh, I understand now. Tiffany, whatever their name is. Commie trans chick. Okay, I'm checking this. Maybe they've got like weird videos. Some games. Yeah. It's ma'am. Kicking over stuff. Like, very female. So this is her. Communist trans woman trying to navigate late stage capitalist. Jeez. Listen, I'm just so used to like this like trans commie blah 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 blah. All this shit, it's like, fucking hell, I just can't with it. It's not natural. I get why trans people lean left, but like, communism, like so often, who is that? You know, it's ma'am. I'm just taking a quick brain break, and I'm gonna be back on the wpath stuff. Don't worry, I'm just fucking around. Well, their version of communism, whatever neo-communism is in this century. But it's the fact that so many trans people like fall down this like communism thing. It's like, what is it? Yeah, if you want to call it fake communism, I'm not going to argue with you.
No, we're not doing credit. You're going to give me my fucking money back.
Excuse me, sir. There's a young man in here. And you
I apologize, Phil. Excuse me, it's ma'am. It is ma'am.
I do feel... No, I understand. Don't worry. I do feel... Listen... What we were talking about a bit yesterday, I do feel it a bit when I'm watching stuff like this. You know what I mean?
I can call the police if you'd like me to. You need to settle down.
Like, this is bottom of the barrel content. I understand.
You need to settle down and mind your business, okay?
Both of you guys?
Ma'am, once again, ma'am.
I said both of you.
No, you said sir. Once again, it's ma'am.
I actually said both of you guys. It was a general.
Right beforehand, you fucking said sir.
It was the woman that said sir. What the fuck?
Sir? Okay.
Motherfucker, take it outside. If you want to call me sir again, I will show you a fucking sir.
It sounds like he's gonna get his dick out. I'll show you a sir. Oh, okay, I was right then, I guess.
I apologize.
Motherfucker!
I think that's my favorite part. Like, oh, he comes back in. Jesus fuck. I feel bad. Like, no, I need a brain break. I will get back onto it because I wanna see if there's any like content, maybe like Luxander or someone has talked about this because she loves just opening a Aaron in the morning thing and being like this. So yeah.
I need your corporate number. Because I'm going to call them and talk about how it's misgendered several times in this store.
I apologize for that.
I need your corporate number now.
I mean, depending on how much testosterone in his body, it might literally be roid rage, so.
I can get that for you if you'd like. That's not a problem.
Get it for me now.
I'm going to ask you to calm down and stop cussing.
Give me your
Stop
corporate
hitting
number.
Mr. Improper.
Well, I'm going to ask you for the 5th time to stop calling me a man. Because quite
Give me your corporate number. Phones exist. Google exists. Come to America. Okay, fair enough.
clearly I am not.
And I apologize. I'm sorry for that, ma'am. I will get you that number. Is that okay?
Yes.
What was it? Because I know this from that ContraPoints video, and she's all like, I'm not sure how clear it is, Gorge, or something like that. It's funny.
For me now.
Listen, I still like ContraPoints. I don't agree with as much as I used to, but she was right about a lot of stuff.
Get it for me now. I'm not cussing. I'm not cussing.
Okay.
Give me the damn numbers now, please. Ooh.
To be fair, trans women that act like this are probably mocked even more because it's so unfeminine and so like there's something just so crazy about the idea of being this masculine and aggressive in pursuit of telling someone that you're a woman, you know what I mean?
Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah. Show that female rage.
I will get you that number right now.
Yeah, they can be a fetishist, just don't conflate it with my shit. That's how I feel.
No, you're just gonna keep bumping your gums. You're just gonna keep bumping your gums and disrespecting trans people in this store, which I plan on telling the entire LGBTQ community. You're going to
Oh, is GameStop cancelled now? Yeah, it is.
lose money over this. Seriously, I have it.
Wait, what?
No, we're not doing credit. You're gonna give me. No, we're not.
Hang on.
That they practicing, trolls spewing bigotry, claiming to be an activist. Well, motherfuck your fashion shit, the future's intersectional. There's no debate, the time for hate is over with, just let it go. We have to make a spectacle just to be seen as relevant, and then y'all get it twisted.
We have to make a spectacle just to be seen as relevant. Now you make a spectacle and then that's when we are relevant because it's when fucking trans people are making twats out of themselves. GameStop always sucked. We have something called Game in the UK, and these days almost all games are like little inner stores in like big Sports Direct stores. They're not even their own shops anymore most of the time. We went to, where did we go? I think it was Havant. And they actually have a game store that's a game store, which is crazy.
Making anthills out of elephants. Y'all minimize what's major.
What's with the piercings? Like, you're too old for this shit, man. I feel too old to be having like lip piercings. I'm in my 30s, you know what I mean?
An attempted mass erasure, and you do it in the name of the Christian God.
Your friend Reed's dad bought Game and ruined it. Oh my god.
That you pray to. We coming to take the power back by force if you making us. No matter what you throw at us, you never fucking breaking us.
We won't be erased, and your hate can never silence us. The murder and the violence just further exiling us. We're here, we're clear, we'll shove it in your face. Cause we will not be silenced, and we won't be erased. We won't be erased, and your hate can never silence us. The murder.
I have no idea why it did that, but oh well. No, that was me. I got overexcited. Anyway, I don't know what I will punch you for saying there's only 2 genders. Yeah, that was me. That was me. Call me trans chick. Well, we're definitely going to come back at some point. Allyship is earned. Ooh. They're in Portland, obviously. Listen, I know enough. It was me. It was me. I was like, that kind of thing. I'm very gangster. Can't you tell just by everything about me? But yeah, I know enough about Portland, trust me. Anyway, they actually look a lot like someone I know. What? Please tell me that is your own child. Fucking hell. Anyway.
Not being able to like be in the hospital and sell things. I mean, it used to be the Wild West, you know, taking doctors on junkets, and it was kind of like, oh yeah, well, of course I'm going to be prescribing your drug. But what happened is they, the regulator said, oh, that's bad. And so I think that our day and age, one of the lessons is going to be that advocates, it's like they're pharma reps. They shouldn't be, there needs to be separation. They shouldn't be inside an association. They shouldn't be on these major boards, et cetera. So anyways, but continue on. We have
there's
so
two
many
comments I'd like to read out because I think they're interesting.
Yeah.
It seems there's a different metric at play. It seems like it's not
one of these things, Marcy Bowers. So she seems to be, I didn't know I could do the ad libs. I can do all sorts. Hey, I've been making music a long time. I can do lots of things. I was gonna rip a guitar solo, but that's something I actually am not very good at. I don't really do solos. I'm more of a sounds kind of guy. Sounds and like chords and shit. Yeah, so she's saying like the youngest, Marcy Bowers, the youngest she's done is 16. And even that, yeah, even that seems kind of low. And she says like the current standard is 18, but that's arbitrary. Individual based on maturity, which is not the most meaningful statement ever, I guess. Okay, it's in the description, but I'll give it to you. That'll be it. The body isn't even fully developed at that age. Yeah, I mean, there was a suggestion towards that, but then they're saying that they feel that the age of 18 is like arbitrary for the standards. So I don't know. I'm getting mixed messages from these people.
Not about dealing with a defect or even taking away pain. It's almost as if normality is pathologized. Everything must be chosen. Everything must be authentic. Like it does feel like we moved into a conceptually strange world when people started to kind of choose their bodies and choose their identities and create them with medical kind of medication. And then somebody said, I think it's foolhardy to believe that the trans explosion is about the need to relieve psychic pain. I'm more inclined to believe that fetishists realised that they needed to rename their condition to gain respectability and social power. I'd like to comment on that a little bit because it was very interesting. There was kind of a trans explosion in the 1960s and 70s. It was very small numbers, but it was certainly there. And then, two things, a couple of things happened. But Dr. Paul McHugh really kind of chased after John Money in Johns Hopkins Hospital in the 1970s.
A slightly twisted female. I've seen the odd video, like maybe it's just thumbnails I've seen. I'll have a quick look. I'm sure I saw their name in the chat for this video I've been watching. Controlled opposition. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I think I've mostly just seen thumbnails, but I could. Oh, so she doesn't get on with Buck Angel, I guess. Interesting. Suppressed by YouTube. Maybe. Stella O'Malley, I think, is Genspect, isn't she? Just don't let your guard down. Jesse Gender explains how men are not biologically male. And I'm very...
and in today's episode of
I'm very curious now.
I'll Take a Lobotomy, Please, we have a self-castrated man who unironically calls himself Jesse Gender.
Listen, I'm not saying any of it. This person is.
Explaining how trans women are not actually biological males. Let's see if it makes any sense. Take it away, Jesse.
With this topic of, are trans women biologically male? I mean, consistently and constantly.
See, if I made this video, it would be the shortest fucking thing ever. Because I'd just be like, yes. And then the video would end. but I'm gonna guess this is probably a million years long because it's a Jessie gender video, and she probably cries a few times in it.
Constantly, we see trans women
Ooh, nice Star Trek earring.
in news articles and in public discussion being described and talked about as being biologically male.
To compete against two biological males.
People get confused when trans people push back on being referred to as biologically this or biologically that. No, I do. I don't like being referred to as biologically male. That biology is also socially constructed. This video is just meant to help people start to
Listen, one of the ways that I learned to cope with working at a Wetherspoon pub, which if you don't know British chains and stuff, it's like a chain of pubs, free cheap beer, mostly undesirables coming in. One of the things I used to cope with working a job like that whilst being like just out as trans was kind of trying to subtly sort of shade people without them really noticing. So I don't know. I think I've developed that a fair amount.
To poke at that idea, to
Oh, thank you, Sam.
have an understanding of how this idea of biologically male trans women is an oversimplified understanding of in science. That oversimplification gets weaponized. Biologically male. What are we saying in science when we say someone is a boy or a girl? In science, penises. And with XX chromosomes, vaginas. Biologically male. Trans people. Biologically male.
Yeah, this is just a cope session, isn't it? I'm sure Star Trek is great. I've never really... I saw it, I used to see it when I was a kid and I thought I liked it, but I didn't really actually pay attention to much. I am a very catty trans, I will admit. Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Vaginas. God, vagina is a fun word to say. I wish we were allowed to say it more like everyday discourse without it being like prudish, but it's like vagina. It's just a...
And in today's
trans people in science and are behaviors that are laid this out with. What determines whether you get to be a Gryffindor or a Ravenclaw?
Oh my god. I don't know, for some reason it left the video for no reason. Gryffindor or Slytherin.
Liked wearing dresses, and people will place different emphasis on different things at different times. One, at a certain moment. You know, not every woman will have ovaries, for example, or estrogen, or like dolls, but they will have vagina, breast, or preponderance of these things. Vaginas. Especially when we talk about biology, because it can be used to mask discrimination and bigotry. Those assumptions, what that means, and what you're thinking about when you're saying that. This isn't a judgment, it's meant to say those lack of challenging are being used to hide other, more discriminatory factors. The conversation, not only between us, but within you as well. At what point do you point?
If I would say something about the handwriting, but my handwriting on actual paper is worse than that, so maybe I won't.
Ourselves and our ways of thinking about the world, longest determining value of someone, because often it's rather
Magic trans hat. Oh, hi, Ginger Blaze. How you doing?
irrelevant. And it's not relevant. And to use purpose, someone is using biology as the strongest, given that biology is actually much more complicated than we typically allow. Vaginas. It's always important to ask why and for what purpose someone is using biology as the strongest determining value of someone's power by leveraging bigotry called intersex. And all of that are the important things that I want you to take away.
Leveraging bigotry called intersex. It's like a YouTube poop or something. Listen, queer YouTube poop should be a thing. Maybe I'll start that trend someday. Super masculine handwriting. See, my handwriting is even worse than that. Like, I just can't with handwriting. I write like a child.
Away from this video.
But like a child who can spell extremely well, you know?
And there you have it, folks. Jessie Gender on why trans women are not.
There you go. Trans women aren't men. Trans women are women. I will expect everyone to repeat that back to me at some point.
And decided, if I'm right, in 1979 to shut down the gender identity clinic, whatever it was called at the time, saying that these people were not being improved by their medical transition. So that was one thing. And then the HHS stopped offering insurance for medical transition in 1980. And that didn't start up again until, if I'm correct, until 2014.
I'm sorry. Hang on. So we've mentioned BIID, which was mentioned in this report earlier on. What are they saying? I've found, speaking with people who are identifying BIID, that this tends to often be a lifelong issue that is persistent as gender identity. Gender identity is a lifelong issue. Fuck me. I don't know. This is why people are like, what even is gender identity? Because it is used in so many different contexts in so many different ways and seems to mean so many different things. Anyway, as unlikely to be resolved without surgical intervention, like literally surgical intervention, as in someone wants their leg chopped off, so you chop their leg off. Ethical reasons, But they don't make any connections with trans. Yeah. Logical reasoning and detailed examination tends to keep the person from doing this. Talk therapy without surgical intervention. I just don't like the wording there. I think it's just weird.
It seems to me that, this second comment is that, yes, a group of people who seem to be driven by paraphilias.
Yeah, the patients are almost like fucking Subway customers where they can like customize their own transition. Like, which one is Have It Your Way? Is that Burger King? I can't remember. One of them.
Set about playing a very long game. And they ended up putting the T in with the LGB.
Yeah, listen, it stopped being about anything innate or gender dysphoria or anything a long time ago. Now it's all about buying shark plushies from IKEA and buying every beauty product you can find that is not makeup, because makeup is not allowed if you're a trans woman. I can't stop. I've started now, and I'm just not going to stop, I guess.
They ended up changing in 1996. They ended up changing the word transsexual and transvestite and amalgamating it into transgender. Then we're going on to 2007. They had the Yogyakarta principles, which nobody was looking for except themselves, and they created them, stuck them in. Then they renamed the HBI GDA into wpath. And you think, whoa, long game was played and an extraordinary amount of structures were put in. So I think it's true, but at the same time, I personally think, I'd be interested in what you think, Mia, but I think
we've got DID crossover. Like, I don't know how many people here have seen much like DID content from particularly TikTok, but the DID kind of queer crossover is like very noticeable. And these people will have all these alters with all these different like pronouns and genders and shit like that, and it's bizarre. It's, I don't know how anyone can watch, like, especially like DID and trans stuff together on TikTok and not just think this whole thing is a complete joke.
Contagion of happened on the internet that was about psychic pain, and this was Lost Lonely.
If anyone wants, I can find an example of like the DID stuff. It's something, I'll say that much. People are making money off of acting is my theory.
Very often autistic, sometimes gay or lesbian, teenagers found a community.
Yeah, and here we go. Hang on, I'm gonna have to shut her up for a while because this is quite interesting to me. Noticed incidents of OSDG and DID among their trans clients. Difficulty with the system agreeing to transitioning medically, as in the system is the whole crowd of alters in this person's head. It's all the crowd, the whole crew. With the system agreeing transitioning, especially given that not all the alters have the same gender identity. Like, Jesus Christ. The fact that we have to not only entertain this, but actually like try and treat these people, like, Jesus fucking Christ. Did we not think at some point that we've bitten off more we can chew, DID, OSDD. I can't remember what OSDD is, but DID is TikTok disease. One of the TikTok diseases. Total of 3. I'm guessing this is like a higher amount than in yeah, because the DID stuff, like, I'm pretty sure it's mostly young women that are into that as well. It's rare that it's not a young woman with like short dyed hair or something. Consciously faking it. I don't know. I think some people are consciously faking DID because it's a very easy thing to fake, and people are young enough and naive enough that they think that what they're doing is real. I mean, someone like, I think it's Dissociated did, I think it's her name. She's the kind of person that kind of seeds all her stuff with like facts, just enough to sort of legitimize what she's saying, and she's actually taking things in a rather different and crazy direction, One had an all-male system, but chose not to transition at all. An all-male system. You're a doctor and you're having to write shit like this down. Dropped out of treatment abruptly. Oof. Yeah, there's probably people that are seeing a lot of this stuff secondhand and get swept up in it, but like, I think the main people that do the kind of thing, like the more famous ones, like Dissociated did, like they're they're very deliberate, in my opinion. And like the way she talks, you can tell that she's not like, it's not like a screw loose kind of situation. You know what I mean? Like she sounds like someone who is capable of thought. You know what I mean? Some are closeted. Yeah, some of the systems are closeted. Some of the DIDs are closeted. Sure, how many closets does that person have? Because they're going to need a few depending on how big the system is. Funnily enough, Cass mentions DID as one of the few cases where NHS doctors could not justify not transitioning someone. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, this is completely mental. Like, how the fuck does gender identity work when you've got supposed alters in your head, all who have different gender identities? Then what's the overall gender identity? Because is that not what they're working with? I don't fucking know. It's batshit. I'm surprised we got onto things as crazy as that straight away, to be honest. But I guess maybe it's just arranged a certain way.
It was like a perfect storm of identity was offered to them. What are your thoughts?
I'm very much with you on that. I mean, I do think that, yes, the autogynephilic men really, really typically do not accept or they don't want to admit the existence of autogynephilia. They don't want to admit that they are autogynephilic for obvious reasons. And yeah, so the gender identity, they create this concept, or they rejuvenate the concept of the gender identity, and then it's sort of, then you don't have to talk about autogynephilia. You just have a
Okay, this is a person here who is a trans man themselves, presumably carrying on the work for the next generation. How nice. High incidence of dissociative disorders among the community. Yeah. It's true. It's true. Do you know why it's true? It's because both things are fucking trendy on TikTok at the same time. So they get merged together because it's great. All the different alters. If you're like looking at these different genders being like, oh, I wish I was this one. I wish I could be this one. Just make up some alters. Make up some alters. Go on TikTok where people will believe you and defend your self-belief to the death. And yeah, you're golden, I guess. It's depressing, but it's how we live, I guess. It's great. It's great. It's great. I love the world. Didn't speak to the issue often. Made them appear too crazy. Jeez, I don't know. Complicated PTSD. See, that's a slightly more sensible description, but like DID, where it's like all these extremely distinct characters, some of whom apparently will like rush upstairs, put a hat on backwards because it's a guy this time, maybe draw in some facial hair real quick. Neither of these women understand that gender dysphoria is experienced by people with AGP. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Mismatched gender identity.
I mean, do they? I guess they can. I don't know. It's not something. It's something I'm still learning about, I guess.
I do not believe that anyone set out to.
Yeah, DID is an actual thing, and it tends to be to do with extremely severe trauma. It's the way it's been taken. So now it's like you're a quirky person with all these quirky characters in your head who all have different pronouns and gender identities. That's the bit that's like the TikTok shit. And if you saw any of it, you would know instantly what I'm talking about. And the crossover with like queer and like trans shit is insane. Because you don't just have to be a bunch of men and women in your head. Now you can be like, oh, one's cast gender and one's agender, another one's gender null, and goes by they, them pronouns, you know, that kind of shit. It's just like multiple trend hopping. And it sucks because it means it shits on two different demographics at once who don't particularly want to be parodied, but don't have a choice in the matter, I guess.
To trigger the social contagion. I don't think anybody was out there cunning plan to create all of these patients and trans all these kids. I think that just, it arose organically. I've written about it endlessly on Twitter, how when the trans rights movement really ramped up the messaging and pushed the concept of the gender identity into schools, into the media, blasting messages at them left, right, and center.
Only your pronouns sound if you have a stroke or a seizure. Yeah. I don't use them. I'll use they, them, I guess. But once it gets past that point, I don't know what any of them mean. And I feel silly using them. Like, if I was going out somewhere and having to tell my friend, oh yeah, I saw James and Zay were riding their bike. You know what I mean? I just feel like an idiot. I don't know what those things mean, because as far as I can tell, that person is just either a male or a female. Maybe a not particularly gender conforming one, but one nonetheless.
So right at the time when smartphones and social media came along, which provided the perfect super spreading environment, a whole lot of...
I'm sorry. I just saw something completely fucking cooked. With one client who had DID, we worked on all alters giving consent to HRT before it was started. They had alters who were both male and female gender, and it was imperative to get all alters who would be effected by HRT to be aware and consent to the changes. Ethically, if you do not consent from all alters, you have not really received consent and you may be open to being sued later if they decide HRT or surgery was not in their best interest. Jesus Christ. Even when known parts alters agree. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I guess I get they, them. I still feel a bit silly depending on who I'm around. And there's other reasons to use it. Like, for example, if you're preserving anonymity, for whatever reason you might do that. There's reasons why we use it. I do get it. Nowadays, I just kind of use they for anyone who looks a bit queer, because trying to remember people's pronouns is just too much for me. And most of the time, people get a mixture of all of them, which isn't good enough for a lot of the gender people, but I don't know. I'm not super into like compelled speech, I guess. Are we still on DID? Yeah, I think we are, because trauma and dissociation. DID, CPTSD, that's popular at the moment. Another thing, I tend to think I have everything that's popular. I really should have been the biggest fucking gender cultist in the world, and I'm not sure how I avoided that, but I'm glad. This is nothing really. People are figuring out their gender sex identity. What's a sex identity? What the fuck is a sex identity? You have a sex. These questions don't come up when a... disorders. These questions don't come up with when a heterosexual cisgender person who can afford it requests lip plumping procedures. It's not the same fucking thing. You're a doctor. You should have an ounce of intelligence. Nor when a person living with DID requests such a procedure. There's no comparison. Like, also, autonomy and competency questions arise in the case of an alter part or personality part or EP commits a crime. Conversation is important. And as others mentioned, there is no one in plans. Okay, fair enough. Kind of went nowhere with that. IFS experts. God, this is like how much more of this like DID stuff is there? Like, I was hoping that we could distance ourselves from that pretty easily, but I guess not. There is a robust community developing of people who identify as plural, and there are now plural positivity conferences. This is like, yeah, this TikTok shit is wild. What can I say? It's taken root. Can you share some more about your thoughts? Plural makeup without trauma. Oh, so now we can be a plural without having trauma. Yeah, it's called being a fucking wannabe actor. It's called trying to kickstart your acting career on fucking TikTok. I've operated on 3 DID patients. Mastectomy. Jesus. There's a lot of DID stuff here. Finished our study. General consensus: people need more training. I guess that's not what the public thing was, but hey. What does gender conformity even mean in the West? Where Boy George, Bowie, Sinead, Grace Jones have been around influencing pop culture by a decade. I don't know. We seem to have gone backwards and are now saying if you're non-conforming, that means you might actually be something else. Instead of people have what sex they have and they can really be whatever they want within that. Oh, one of them's a trans woman. Listen, any actual trans people in here, to me, it straight away seems like they're too close to this, you know? Not many therapists experience both DID and blah, blah, blah. Morning. Hi, Concrete One. It is almost 2 o'clock where I am. Hope you're doing well. We're doing an early stream. Not for any particular reason. Trans people are actually gender conservatives. In a way, yeah. This person was like looking into like all this stuff, but like their own benefits, seemingly. This is like as much like too close to this as it's possible to be. Yeah, I wanted to wear leggings, so like it was advantageous for me because nothing shows through them anymore. They would have done, but I didn't wear leggings pre-op because it would have shown through. And to me, that's like the biggest no-no. Put your fucking junk away, especially if it doesn't match. Patient with undiagnosed mood disorders who threatened medical staff. Because yeah, the overall suggestion is that there's an awful lot they don't really know what they're doing with in some ways. But then I guess to an extent these kind of conversations would be quite normal as well. I have had 2 fall in love with me. What? That's fucking weird. They wanted an S&M contract. Why did you have to consult an S&M person? Why not just say no? Why not just say no? It was very hard to untangle things with us. Like, I'd love to know more of the details of this, like their ages and shit like that. I guess I could use advice on how to best to detach. Fuck me. Poll on penis size. Wow. Yeah, some of this is like very strange. Dan H. Karasik. I'm gonna have to come back to this so that I can like look up these people at some point. Schizoid typical traits. Psychiatry is recommending people holding off, make them hold them off. Yeah, here's the thing. If psychiatry is saying hold off, and the way things go, they kind of promise you these like HRT and all this kind of shit, then yeah, that's gonna be. They were looking at me as a trans expert who was not helping them. Like this affirmative model, it's not good. It's not good. We see less gays in less westernized parts of the world. Yeah. I mean, there probably is an amount of that, but it's definitely not the only source of like the rising like levels of them. And this person is like, I don't know why you're perplexed. Just fucking shove them hormones down this person's throat, mate. Get the scalpel, yeah? Slice it off, out the door, there you go. That'll be $1,000 fucking bucks or whatever it costs. The mere presence of psychiatric illness should not block a person's ability to start hormones. If they have persistent gender dysphoria, which you only measure gender dysphoria by what this person's telling you, and most people will tell the people holding the care, that do the care, whatever, the doctors. Most people will tell them whatever they think they want to hear. Way more than $1,000. Yeah, probably. I was throwing a thing. Why the internal struggle is the right thing to do. Treat him and street him. Get the fucking money. That's what we need. In, out, slice it off, get out of here. There we go. Don't fucking detransition, because that'll make me look bad. And if you do, I will pretend you never existed. Gender dysphoria, the desire to change sex. I still don't see it that way entirely. I think that's what transgenderism is. Or transsexualism. I think it's gender dysphoria plus a desire to do something about it, maybe. But we're kind of, I'm splitting hairs with that, so who cares? HT. Oh, hormone therapy. I don't see how it would negatively interfere. Can make the patient experience. Yeah, because that's what they want. You shouldn't withhold what they want. You know what I mean? This is harm reduction, and so doing nothing is not a neutral option. Jeez. I don't know how I feel about that one, Chief. I agree with the other comments. Start slow, be careful. What about starting slow by making sure it's right for them? I don't think they thought I was ready. Jesus. They just want it to make it easy for as many as people as possible, it feels like. This scares me. Surgical readiness. Bipolar and autism or schizoaffective disorder. I have a number of cases of folks with significant mental health issues. Fuck me. Psychosis. We've been treating psychotic people. Nice. Interdisciplinary collaborative care planning. Meaningless. Autism is neurodivergence on a spectrum. Is neurodivergence like an actual scientific term? Please say it isn't. Psychotic person the other day was being transitioned. Oof. Yeah. There's probably quite a few of them out there these days, sadly. Gender affirming practitioners, we always consider harm reduction. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I agree more with Ginger Blazer's description. I guess I call like transsexualism the gender dysphoria plus the desire or something. That's kind of how I see it. Like I could not be doing it correctly either. So okay, fair enough. This well-controlled thing. Disappearing in the SOC version 8. I had to regrettably, in the last 15 years, I had to regrettably decline writing only one letter. Are they implying that they've only, like, declined care to, like, one person in 15 years? Shit, my life. Who is this? It doesn't say. Well, wanting to change sex and feeling discomfort in your current sex aren't the same thing. I think that's how they're separable. I've also intervened on behalf of people who've been diagnosed with least orchiectomy. Made a huge difference in their life. Did ripping people's fucking ovaries out, did that help their mental health in the 1890s? So these are the wpath leaks. These are various internal conversations between like different who would want to change that. Yeah, but that's the action you take from the discomfort. What are these? Yeah. So it's wpath leaks. These are all like doctors. At the moment they're talking about treating trans patients with like severe mental health issues. And quite a lot of it seems crazy. So for example, this person is suggesting they've only declined one person that in 15 years for like care because the person evaluated was in active psychosis and hallucinated during the assessment session. That was the one time they didn't give care to someone because they were fucking hallucinating. Other than that, nothing. Everyone got their assessment letter. Insurance approval and living presumably happily ever after. Okay, presumably, yeah, great. For all those women that had fucking, what were they called? Oveotomies. I guess they're all living happily ever after. Well, they're all dead because this was the 1800s, but still. SOC 7 recommends a letter stipulate. God, they're arguing over the actual shit. Still receiving gender treatment. Yeah, they don't seem to care anymore. Like they were kind of screening for things like bipolar and schizophrenia when I was assessed, and I don't believe I have any of those. But yeah, it's nowadays they'll treat everyone unless they're literally hallucinating in the fucking room with you. Jesus. Criterion for all fast gentle is documentation dysphoria by a qualified mental health professional. Concerned that denying necessary surgical care, even for the severely mentally ill, encroaches strongly on a patient's autonomy, presuming the patient in question has the capacity to make their own medical decisions. Like, fuck. We're like heading for a train crash. Like, this isn't even the train crash. This is just this is just one of the slopes we've gone down that's speeding the train up. You know, it's still gonna happen. And like this kind of shit, it's like a sinking feeling, you know. But the SOC allow for, yeah, so they're saying this is bad because of their autonomy. People like to use children's bodily autonomy, by the way, to push child transition. But they never mention the fact that children don't have that much bodily autonomy because, for example, they legally can't drink alcohol. I don't know. I know another one. Don't you have to be 16 to buy paracetamol and stuff like that in the UK? You have to be 16 to buy paracetamol, but in some cases they want to chop off like your tits earlier than 16. That's quite a good one. I need to remember that because like that's a bit wild, right? I mean, you're not trusted to take a painkiller. Chopping your tits off though, yeah, great. Already established persistent gender dysphoria. Role of mental health may be simply one of optimization rather than clearance. A doctor would do the same prior to necessary. It would be great if every patient could be perfectly cleared prior to every surgical. But at the end of the day, it is a risk-benefit decision between you, the patient, the surgeon. Yikes. Well, hey, as long as those psychotic people are able to express what it is they want, then I guess it's fine. You can change sex, but they can't have it. Yeah, that's another good one. They may lose depth. As long as they're capable of making that. It's like, it's crazy. They say all these like, can't follow a dilation schedule, they might lose depth. But as long as they're capable of making that decision with sound mind, it's fine. Listen, one of the things with vaginoplasty is like if it closes up too much, you kind of get these like, the skin sort of, you know, it's like that and it goes like that. You get all these like gaps in the like between where the skin's like stuck all together, and those can be breeding grounds for like bacteria and stuff. My understanding that for top surgery, medical and mental health need to be reasonably well controlled. There is not a clear line on what well controlled versus reasonably well controlled are, and these are the people that we're trusting to to put our guidelines together for gender care. It's a bit scary, right? It's a bit it's sketchy. It's sketchy is what it is. Like the sewn up pockets on your trousers. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, you get all the little gaps and stuff where things can sort of thrive that probably shouldn't be in your body. Client-centered. All of this in the most client-centered and supportive way. Clients, aren't they patients? Someone can have schizophrenia and be ready for surgery. It's just a matter of where you see concerns are. So gung-ho. It's very, very gung-ho. Well, basically, say I'll allow anyone to walk in and get insane body modifications for their bodies, and even including children. There's basically no restrictions. No, there's restrictions. If you're literally in the assessment room hallucinating and you think your doctor is a giant cockroach, then you might be restricted. So there's restrictions. You know, wpath knows what they're doing. I think it's completely wild, to be honest. Everything is in general. Mental health is not a reason to withhold needed medical care. Needed medical care. They just push, it's just needed. Like, this will help their mental health, or, well, it's needed, it's necessary. You're just hurting them in this way instead of potentially hurting them in another way. I mean, yeah, they're all just doing a balancing act, and I guess if you want, you can justify almost anything by doing a balancing act by saying, well, if I murder this person, they might not rape a child in their future. You know what I mean? Very little. Yeah, exactly. You know, we can't have people hallucinating, but that's about it. And this person said that they denied one person in 15 years. I want to see the size of this person's wallet. I think it is fat. I think it's like Amberlynn Reid fat. Schizophrenic eligible for transition. That was something they screened me for. Like when I had a I had a psychiatry appointment before I was referred to the GIC in London. And they screen for things like, or they used to screen for things like schizophrenia and bipolar, because it's like, well, are these like spontaneous decisions that you're doing because you're up and down? Are these decisions that you're making that seem to be coming from somewhere else, like a voice in your head, for example, whatever, you know, some kind of delusion, whatever, you know? But we're not there anymore. That was 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago, I think. Fuck. And yeah, it's raised ahead since then. Why bother screening if it won't affect your transition? Well, yeah, it used to be a case of they would screen for it because it might, and now it's like, well, we need the money, you know, we've only got 7 Porsches each, so if they've got schizophrenia, just slice it off, that's what you do, put a little cloaker in there, out the door, that'll be $5,000 plus, and then buy another Porsche. That's pretty much it. So I think wpath is very noble. They're really helping doctors without Porsches procure more Porsches. I think that's extremely noble. I'd probably be at some risk for that. Well, I would if I was I would if I was trying to transition now. You're not supposed to smoke tobacco. It was similar for me when I was transitioning too, because with the HRT, it's worse for trans men, but for either. Smoking can increase your risk of blood clot and probably others. I mean, smoking's terrible for you in general, so. I think the broader context in which this question even exists, as in like, how mental should they be before we'll say no? What if they're like, oh, I don't know, I can't think of crazy things. Yeah. See, they did a decent job explaining like the risks to me. I don't really have a problem with most of the service that I had. It was more afterwards and stuff that went down recently where I had to deal with them again and tried to get 2 NHS things to talk to each other, which if you're British, you probably know is the most difficult thing in the world. Because you call one and it's like, well, they need to call us really and say this. And then you call the other and they're like, well, they should really be the ones calling us and saying this. And I'm like, well, one of you needs to fucking do something, because I'm just calling everyone being like, what's going on? You know? But yeah, NHS, gotta love it, gotta love it, gotta love it. I actually do like the NHS. It's just not doing great at the moment. Yeah, so as mental health professionals have been put inappropriately into gatekeeper role, is that not what a mental health professional is in some capacity? Like, surely you have to look at someone and determine which gates they fit through and which ones they don't, you know what I mean? Like, if a mental health professional looked at me and was like, well, I don't want to be a gatekeeper. So you've got autism, schizophrenia, you've got bipolar, you've probably got a bit of AIDS going on. It's not mental usually, but in your case, it's showing through, you know, stuff like that. Like no, like I need to know which ones. Yeah, like gatekeeping, a certain amount of gatekeeping for stuff is necessary. For words to mean something, gatekeeping is necessary so that you can say, no, that word doesn't mean that, that word means this. I guess that's gatekeeping in a way, but some of it's necessary. And that's why I maintain that some trans gatekeeping is necessary, because trans is meaningless otherwise. It should be the same for something like non-binary. You want like just cis people just calling themselves non-binary and expecting to be part of the club? What if they genuinely aren't non-binary? Oh wait, you can't tell. That's why they hate gatekeeping, because it's extremely necessary and makes their shit look ridiculous. The Insane 101, oh hey. Yeah, so I'm looking through the wpath files. I haven't looked through much of this at this time. So I'm looking through it now. So like surgery that way. So these are discussions about very mentally ill people. So you've got things like mental illness is not a reason to withhold needed medical care, aka transition. We've been put inappropriately into gatekeeper roles. I'm not aware of any other medical procedure that requires the approval of a therapist. Listen, I don't know that much, so I don't know, but like that doesn't sound right. You haven't read it yet? Yeah. I've been looking through. I didn't read all of the report. I kind of skipped to a part. The part about what was it called? I'm gonna forget every single time. I think it was called oveotomy. That part was really interesting. There's a lot of parallels to that and gender care, and like it matches down to things like fuck, what was it? Things like the high satisfaction of this thing. You know what I mean? The point is this is being done for psychiatric reasons. Yeah, see, I do not trust this whole, you know, why do we need a approval of a therapist? Like, I would have thought that there probably are situations where a therapist should be involved, and that this is definitely one of the more obvious ones. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Sam. Oh, and this is going to go on to healthcare complications. So we're almost done with the mentals, like myself. Listen, if you're a mental, I love you. By the way, have you liked the stream? You should like the stream. Check it out. You can support the stream. You can check out my music. You can check out my Discord. And yeah. But yeah, okay, this is cooked as fuck. It doesn't sound great. These are complications. I wonder if this is things like urethral ejaculate. So yeah, surgical complications. So it might get really disgusting. So just bear that in mind. I think what I might do is go to the toilet really quickly. So I'll be back in just a minute or two. The job of doctors is to help people. Yeah, I guess there's a shift in attitude to where it's like helping people is giving them what they want as opposed to giving them what they need, if that makes sense. Which seems like quite a childish way of looking at it almost. It feels like the world is getting more childish as I get older. Basically patients thinking they know. Yeah, it's like patient-led care. It's like it's like patients dictating the care when they're not doctors. It's like, it's kind of spooky in a way. Was there much more to this? I might I'll leave this for now, I think. The video is quite interesting, but I wasn't actually listening super closely. I'll just go through this for a while longer, and then I guess I'll find whatever the fuck I want to watch afterwards. Because I need I need a bit of content to put up. And this is going to be another huge like thing that just goes up one day when I'm when I can fit it somewhere. Hang on. People convince themselves of something. Yeah, like the doctor, if I decided I had schizophrenia and I went to a mental health professional insisting that I had schizophrenia, does that mean they should diagnose me with that? Like, not really. And I might well not have it. Like, I've never been diagnosed with it. There's certain symptoms I'm like, yeah, maybe I experienced some of that. And there's plenty of symptoms I'm like, no, I don't experience any of that. But yeah. Anyway. So, ejacular, orgasm, urethra, smells like semen. Ooh. Yikes. All the anatomic. Prostate, seminal vesicles. Oof. You would never do that for schizophrenia. Okay. Well, the point is more like, I shouldn't just go there, demand a diagnosis for something, and then get that thing. Anyway, yeah, and penile inversion, that's the more kinda, that's the less kind of sketchy shit compared to like all this colon stuff and all that. As a woman of trans experience who had bottoms, again, people too close, people who are way too close. As a woman of trans, listen, why are trans women? Why are trans women? Why are we like this? Okay, as a woman of trans experience who had bottom surgery 40 years ago, I say enjoy the ride. In my experience, it's the ultimate physical sign of orgasm. What's not to like? Anyway, I feel sick reading that. Prostate, semen vesicle, blah, blah, blah. Seminal secretion. Yeah, you still got like pre-cum and stuff, but you don't really get the... I don't know. Like a surgeon. Muscle alert for ejaculation. Didn't cut it off. Please return to surgeon. I bet that's exactly what they don't want to do. Prostate is still functioning. Use the cleaning gel to reduce the smell. Lovely. Yeah. You still get like pre-cum and stuff. Listen, I find this stuff uncomfortable to talk about because I'm not like a sexual person or whatever, but like, yeah, it's like different. Like when you take, it's different when you take like T blockers. Like it's not that kind of thick stuff anymore. It's like it's more like saline or something. And then that's kind of what it's like when you're post-op as well. Like, it should actually smell very different, I would have thought, but I guess not. Prostatic fluid. So I guess pre-cum, right? Are we talking about the same thing? I'm going to assume we are, and we're going to continue because I don't know. Hepatic adenomas. Hepatic as in like hepatitis? Hepatic adenomas. Let's look at that. Red. Oh no, hepatocellular. Hepatic. Oh, this one. Liver tumor. Oh, this isn't with this isn't to do with hepatitis unless it's unless it is. Those are the two options, I guess. Fuck me. Okay, so a benign liver tumor. Oof. Anyway. Oh, have we got more gay male theories on women's sexuality? That'll be fun. I'll get Charlie to argue with that on that one day. Because like I think even when I was a guy, like I've been with women that have had like much higher sex drives than I ever have, even as a guy. But then I don't know, I think I'm quite low T because my hairline never receded much and like my facial hair only ever grew like in certain areas. Hepatic adenomas. 16-year-old patient. 16 years old. And they've got this crap in their liver now. Yikes. The likely offending agents are the hormones. Fucking hell. Listen, I told him before that I'm either amazing at sex or women do in fact have a sex drive, so he can do what he wants with that. Recommended treatment ceases. God, it sounds like they're really trying to still push the treatment though. It's like they're recommending the treatment ceases at this time. We are prepared to support the patient in any way we can. IUD top surgery on medically stable 16-year-old with fucking tumors in their liver. Like fucking hell. One friend, colleague. Okay, more trans people doing trans surgery. That's nice. Love it. 8 to 10 years of T. Jesus. So you're not safe. Oh my God, what was it I was looking at the other day that I sort of looked back over? I think it was that Lynn Saga video. And there's some detransitioner trying to tell other detransitioners. How do we know the leaked files aren't a hoax? I guess we don't, but I don't know. Can never really tell anything. You can't really trust anything I say even, so I guess if I find out they're a hoax, I can always be like, well, you know, here's the thing I was wrong about. There we go. I'll deal with it. The best of my knowledge, it was linked to his hormonal treatment. Opted for palliative care and died a couple of months after about 8 to 10 years of T. So like, Jesus. Yeah, there's people that are like, oh, I've been on T for like 10 years. I can still have kids and stuff. And then it's like others are getting hepatocarcinomas. I'm guessing that's liver cancer, but you know, let's find out just to be safe. Hepatocarcinoma. Hi, Pedrolito Law. How you doing? Hepatocarcinoma. Most common type, primary liver cancer. I'm just a genius. You know what I mean? I'm good. How are you? Sorry, I don't normally compliment myself that much. I'm good. Yeah. We're reading some things about trans people. I didn't do enough of that apparently. Their release is just squirting, as far as I know, is possibly just piss. Yeah. Or at the very least, almost always just piss. But like, women do like cum, and that isn't piss. Squirtle, yeah. It'd be like that. Wonder if shiny Squirtle is yellow. Yeah, when they're squirting, but like, I don't know. I don't know if it's always just piss. I'll talk to Charlie about it, because I'm pretty sure we're mostly males here. If anyone isn't, then you're not included in what I just said, and I do apologize, maybe. wpath member reports the young patient is experiencing vaginal pain on testosterone. Yeah. The squirt stuff is piss, but like, I'm pretty sure like when they jizz, it's like something else. If not, it's a very different kind of piss to any that I've seen. I'm very knowledgeable about piss. That's a joke. I'm really not. Fluid from the Skene's glands. Yeah, that would make sense. I don't know too much about those, but it would make sense. Young patient on testosterone, 3 years, who saw me after empiric PID treatment what's PID treatment? Pelvic inflammatory disorder? Let's go with that. In the ER, none of his symptoms resolved, and all of his testing and imaging is normal. His atrophy with the persistent yellow discharge we often see as a result. We often see. Amenorrhea. What's amenorrhea? I probably spelled that wrong, but it will correct me, I'm sure. Absence of menstruation. Okay, great. I probably could have guessed that. Skene's gland food. Okay, we've got a consensus on that. That's good. The Premarin cream. I guess that's tea. Premarin appears to have stopped working. Anyone had luck with Estras tablets? Estras, I don't know. Versus cream. Do you have a supplement with vaginal moisturizers or hyaluronic acid suppositories? Thank you very much. You have a compounding pharmacy nearby. Compounded estriol cream works really well. I order this much. Okay, so probably another trans person. Listen, it kind of bothers me a little bit just because when it's trans people doing like trans care, it's like you're very close to this. It's more difficult to like separate any kind of personal investment in their treatment on other people when they're like actually trans and doing the trans care. Do you know what I mean? Like it just like it is just there's alarm bells ringing sometimes, you know. And like they're recommending something that they do. Like what if that goes wrong? Like, oof, yikes! Lots of these people are trans. That doesn't surprise me. And of course, if the trans people are in charge of trans healthcare, they're going to make it as like come one, come all as possible, right? And that's just terrible. And again, the trans thing is used as an appeal to authority because it's like, well, these are the people with the actual experience. Although somehow I can never use my transition as appeal to authority. And when I talk about my experiences with like the more woke kind of trans people, the kind that don't like me very much, yeah, my experience doesn't mean shit. And apparently I have a small perspective because I am white and Western and binary. So that's nice. I love intersectionality. Actually, I don't. And I think it's bullshit. I found with a few patients, topical vaginal estrogens can help with some of the like giving them estrogen as well as just, okay, fair enough. Atrophic change. What is atrophy actually? I know a little bit, but because they talk about like genital atrophy as being one of the things with puberty blockers as well. Wasting away. Like that sounds serious to me. Like maybe it's not as bad as it sounds, but like wasting away of a body part or tissue. And like this is a potential thing that can happen with puberty blockers to like your vagina or your dick, you know? I need to stop saying words like dick. It's not very professional. I developed vulval lichen planus and lichen sclerosis. Jesus. Yeah, more trans people. It is terrifying to me. Your dick wasted away once. Was that was it lack of use or I'm joking. What was I gonna look up? Lichen planus and lichen sclerosis. Autoimmune disease. Jesus. I can't imagine people with autoimmune disease. I can't imagine like people with autoimmune diseases. Like testosterone feels like it can't be that good for them. You know what I mean? and sclerosis, skin condition. Not saying it's autoimmune. You can get like, I think it's like stuff like eczema can be autoimmune. I know this because of people I know. Because you can end up getting like different autoimmune diseases within the same family, and it seems very random. Like someone might have arthritis, another person might have Crohn's disease, because they're actually more linked than you'd think. So yeah, that's what this person has. Vaginal atrophy. See, that sounds potentially catastrophic to me. Yikes. Splits in the skin which bled after hysterectomy. 20 years after commencing. See, I've heard at least one person say that this testosterone treatment they've been doing it for years, and they can basically go back mostly to being a female with a low voice and facial hair if they want to. They can still have kids and stuff. It kind of seems like some of these other people that have been on T for like however long, they're having quite a lot of problems. Yeah, it was that Lynn Saga video. They have this one detransitioner, which I guess is trying to discredit other kinds of detransitioners by kind of being like, oh, the only irreversible thing was like my voice. And it's like, I got laser removal for my facial hair. It's like that your facial hair was permanent too then. Fuck me. Anyway. Testing an estrogen. Condition used to reappear every few months. Autoimmune development is more likely in MTF trans. Does the is the testosterone like, does that cause more issues? Because doesn't testosterone like attack the immune system or something? Does it cause more issues for like people with autoimmune problems, or is it not really a factor? Like if they were to already have that problem and then take something. Raised risk of stroke. Jesus. Please keep giving people advice. Take this thing that almost gave me a stroke. Gradually the conditions come back. They've been on T for like 40 years. Like really? Wow. Yikes. I used to have bleeding. My uterus atrophied also. Like, fuck me. I still can't tell. It sounds extremely serious. Maybe it's not quite as serious as it sounds, but I mean, when we're talking about how reversible puberty blockers are, when they can potentially cause like atrophy, it's like really? Like, are you serious? Like, I feel like I'm being had on by some people, you know? Apparently it can worsen some immune. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, I don't know too much about this stuff. Ooh, erection pain, here we go. Pain with erection after starting estrogen HRT. Planning on vaginoplasty, but is slightly concerned this might persist post-surgery. Ooh, fun. It sounds like your life's going to be great. I do not think that would be the case. Okay, great. Great. Yeah, most of them do, like, regain fertility. It is true. But it kind of seems like a lot of people push that kind of thing to downplay some of the issues people have, because it seems like some of the other people that have been on T for a long time are, like, developing all sorts, like someone getting liver cancer and shit. Like, fuck. I mean, that worries me mildly because I had to stop really drinking when I took my estrogen, and I think it's because just, it's a lot going through my liver, you know? As a post-op woman, trans woman myself, I'm gonna have to stop harping on about that because it's just so concerning to me. Like, we shouldn't be like running all our own shit. Like, who else does that? Erections are pretty uncommon during this period. Tended to try to avoid having them. Try to avoid having erections. Even though painful, they're physically uncomfortable and not pleasurable. Since vaginoplasty, have no problem at all. Arousal is positive. Yeah, see, that's the other concerning thing, is these are people that have had it themselves. They have their own experiences, but you don't know what they're like kind of conveying onto other people that they might be doing so inappropriately. No one has complained since 1988. Usually just after having several erections in a row, it gets better. Neat. I guess just wank a whole bunch then, you'll be fine. They're trans women, there is no chance that they're not wanking at least a few times a day. Let's be real. Do not see this frequently. Topical testosterone. So they use topical same-sex hormones, these kind of issues, because they were saying about estrogen on female issues, and then these males with like erection issues. Also worry about the sex development of these kids. Yeah, Jesus. Regularly ask about sexual. Oh my god. Reports a patient who reports feeling brainwashed into transition. This'll be interesting. Just graduated high school, decided to detransition. Oh my god, this person is me. Not really, I'm not an FTM, and I wasn't 17 in fucking... whenever the fuck. I mean, I was 17 at one point, but a long time ago. That's like half my life ago, Jesus. Anyway, we have a patient, 17-year-olds, FTM, just graduated from high school, decided to detransition. We've seen him for years, followed all the guidelines, your own guidelines, yes, great. Legally changed his name and gender and has been on testosterone for 2+ years. As of being 17, Jesus. He is very distraught and angry. He reports feeling that he was brainwashed and is upset by the permanent change to his body. He has tried to find support in local and online communities and finds it so toxic and full of hate on both sides that he feels further isolated. See, that is literally my fucking life. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's just weird to see it written out sometimes, because I get made to feel like I'm some fucking alien and shit. I get made to feel like all of the things that I experience are just insane, and I don't know. It's quite powerful sometimes, like reading someone else think something that I think, because it just doesn't seem to happen very often. And I feel like I'm being brainwashed, and I'm just fucking resisting it a lot of the time. Anyway. He doesn't trust the therapeutic process and feels his therapy visits are counterproductive. This has happened so suddenly and at a transitional period in life, finishing high school, along with the abrupt cessation of hormones. They were likely... Wait. Were they blaming the cessation of hormones? Yeah, I need to watch. The YouTuber Destiny did a manifesto. I think it was mostly about someone called Keffels, but it mentioned a lot of trans stuff. And at one point, he reads out like a load of different emails, I think about 31 or something, from trans people that have reached out to him that have kind of said a lot of similar things to how I felt for years. Like, I felt like I was on my own, and then I saw this video and this particular part of it, and it like kind of, I was just kind of sat there for a while, like, Jesus fucking Christ. Careful's bad. Yes, exactly. Apart from when she was on the coke and screaming about tender queers, then she was pretty funny, I guess. I don't like her though. Along with the abrupt cessation of hormones, so I don't know if they're trying to blame that at all. There are likely other issues at play. Is anyone aware of any support sites, communities? Jesus Christ. There might be a supportive environment for them to explore their feelings about their gender. Probably not, no. Unfortunately, my Discord did not exist yet. Per mom, they are feeling very validated by right-wing groups and Matt Walsh. What is going on here? Like, is their mom like part of the brainwashing? Yeah, so we're getting on help for patients that chose to detransition. So we're getting some interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think it's in the guidelines that they're supposed to support detransitioners. I doubt it happens very often. Probably because they're not getting like paid. Does anyone else have experience with this in the clinic, advice to offer? Team is following a patient willing to detransition. The patient has undergone vaginoplasty. Shit. Like detransitioning after vaginoplasty. Fuck me. Good therapy is not easy to come by. Training of many therapists over the past 15 years have been teaching the affirmation model. That makes a hell of a lot of sense. Oh, do they not? Oh, it's the cast review that does that. Okay, fair enough. Because I know the cast review said stuff about it. Yeah, so wanting to detransition, they have undergone vaginoplasty. Like, fuck me, that's... I mean, I don't know. Maybe I seem like I'm making a bigger deal out of it than other people are, but I've had it done. You're not just going to get a fucking phalloplasty to make up for it. Especially as phalloplasties are their own kind of nightmare sometimes. More often than should be. Fuck. Determined to undergo reversion surgery. How are you going to get reversion surgery on a vaginoplasty? Reversion surgery. Like, has that ever been done? I have a patient I'm currently seeing in psychotherapy who is also in high school, so a child, nice, and medically at least, has opted to pursue a similar path. However, yeah. I mean, you're fucked at that point. There's nothing happening there. Like, if I want to detransition and get my dick back, I mean, it was 7 years ago. Of course I'm not getting it back, but I couldn't have gone back a week later and got it back. You know what I mean? Like, once it's done, it's done. And that's why I think people need to take this shit seriously and not treat these like hormones like they're kids' toys and like, oh, I can be FTM for a bit and then I'm going to be non-binary for a bit and it's all good. It's not all good. It's fucking weird. And it's terrifying sometimes. Fucking hell. Anyway. However, throughout this discussion on this change of course with me and with his parents, also AFAB, he is framing it quite differently. Instead of even using the term detransition, he is simply describing us as a turn in his gender identity. I feel like gender journey. I feel like that's literally what I just described. He does not regret the course he has taken so far and acknowledge that he was the driver in getting to this point. I mean, hey, you know, I don't know if it's always that simple, but I'm not gonna like, I don't know, you know what I mean? He also has a very supportive environment, allowed him to appreciate his ability to have agency in his journey, take a breath, pause the tea and see how that feels to him. See, starting hormones and then like taking a pause and see how it feels, like, I don't know. I don't think we should be using these fucking things this way. I think people should like take them or not take them, you know what I mean? Will it feel gender congruent, like being a female with a deep voice and facial hair? I don't feel especially gender congruent, if I'm honest, so I don't have too much hope for this person, but sure. About 50% of FTM detransition is a post-mastectomy. Yeah. Terrifying. I don't have any suggestions for the group, as this young person has found what he needs in support network, not expressed a need for any after support. Okay. Maybe this young person needs to engage in anti-trans platforms as a place where she pronoun? can connect with her anger and feel less alone. Are we still talking about someone else? Anti-trans. What are we talking about? The isolation you describe is pretty typical, I think. Yeah, it's very typical for trans people to be fucking to be isolated because our communities are fucking awful. I absolutely agree. I worked with a 16-year-old who detransitioned after being T more than 2 years and having top surgery. So they had top surgery between 14 and 16. She was very angry and actively engaged in anti-trans online groups. In that case, as well as a 20-year-old, they believe their issue was really body dysmorphia rather than gender dysphoria. It's a very subtle distinction, I think, but okay. And both have presented as being very appropriate for hormones and surgery. I don't want to recommend for your patient, blah, 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 blah. Maybe they need to go on an anti-trans platform. What? This is so weird. Ooh, a queer therapist. We all need to hear from a queer therapist, right? Any discussion, the queers are gonna come in. Hey, we're queer, by the way. Anyone want to hear what we have to say? The queers? No? The queers? Well, this person is here. Hi there, I am not a medical professional. I'm just a queer therapist who specializes in working with queer people, including those that navigate the transition process and gender-affirming procedures. I want to offer this portion of my response as a disclaimer. I've supported people who've detransitioned or just experienced fluidity in their gender. I've never witnessed someone claiming to be brainwashed. No, but you've witnessed a hell of a lot of people being brainwashed if you've not been brainwashing them yourself. Queer therapists specialize working queer people. I don't trust you a fucking inch, mate. In my experience, these stories have come from people who have an active agenda against the rights of trans people and a truly insignificant number of people who've detransitioned and believe that their singular experience is a greater conspiracy to turn the kids gay trans. Jesus Christ, if I know anyone who's seeing this person, fucking get all of your money back. Run the fuck away immediately. I think in this case, it's also important to critically consider what goes into truly brainwashing someone. I'm sure you'd agree that it's unlikely an entire network of mental and healthcare professionals over the span of this youth to adolescence have created a system sophisticated enough to collaborate in brainwashing a child into transitioning. The barriers for a youth transitioning are so hard to navigate it is, especially in a Republican state like Utah where you practice. This person's brain is cooked. They even use non-partisan. You're the most partisan person I've ever fucking heard from. I probably could have transitioned better, put more effort in, but once. That's fair enough. I put in effort for the camera, I guess, to an extent. Obvious self-cutting harm. I've seen quite a few, especially like trans men who like they've got like all the scars up and down their arms. Listen, there's the odd one on here, but that's from I used to work in a kitchen. I didn't do any of that kind of thing. And you know, obviously anyone that is, you should really talk to someone about that. Kaiser Permanente. I need to look more into them. I think someone that might have been in that video I was looking at yesterday as well. Hang on. Growing number of non-partisan advocacy groups. Difficulty finding support. Ugh, they're so meticulous about how they present themselves, blah, blah, blah. It would be hard to identify them as full of hate. In fact, they would be ecstatic to offer a brainwashed transitioner support and in return appropriate the story for their own gain. This is like massive fucking conspiracy theory. I feel uncomfortable mentioning these organizations since I don't endorse any of them. Oh, I'm not going to tell you who they are because I don't like them, but I guess you're going to look them up. I hate this person, whoever it is, like fuck this person. Okay, disgusting. Feel uncomfortable. Oh, we did that. Latter two, membership of databases of therapists to support detransitioners. They're giving some advice, but it's all very ideological. I'm also challenging the idea that those who believe they're brainwashed into transition are actually lacking support. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is disgusting. Listen, just because they're detransitioning and they're angry, that doesn't mean they necessarily want to fucking run off to Matt Walsh or wherever the fuck and like sell their story to them. Like, what the fuck is this? You just don't believe that people have been brainwashed because it makes it sound like queer and fucking trans are less valid if that's the case. People get brainwashed. It's not that uncommon. In fact, I'm pretty sure what a lot of these like queer and trans people probably are going to need is fucking deprogramming. And that's something I'd love to know, to learn how to do, and maybe I will one day, but it's definitely not a skill I have right now. This is like, we're talking further in the future kind of goals. Yeah. Mental health professionals are legally bound to ethical codes that require them to provide non-coercive support services. What the fuck is that talking about? I fear that based on that admiration of Matt Walsh. This is like gross. This person is just like, this is like a Jammy Dodger video, but in a fucking message. You know what I mean? Like laying it on thick about how few detransitioners there are and how like anti-trans blah 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 would gladly support this person. How do you know they want that kind of support? Like maybe they just saw a Matt Walsh video and was like, you know what, he's actually right about a couple of things. One of their main needs is help for leaving a manipulative cult. Yes, I'm not surprised. I'll have to look into that because, yeah, I don't know. Listen, I'm going to be the trans Darrell Davis. That's my goal in life. There is no lack of professionals who'd be willing to support this person as best they can. Is there? Okay, great. I'm glad that a queer therapist has put that in writing. Also personally connected with my main detransitioners, detrans communities online. Send along my team's social media. Positive. Trans-inclusive detrans. Retrans Discord server. I will share a link to a positive trans-inclusive detrans retrans Discord server. What, are you trying to get them back? Are you trying to get repeat customers? Is that what it is? That's what it sounds like to me. Unfortunately, there are very few formal support resources for this population. Yeah. The other person seemed to be suggesting there was like loads, and it's just like, well, how can you not be finding it? There's so many professionals. I'm a queer therapist. I know anything about anything. I do not have direct experience. I follow people's lead into a rejection of family or family's belief system or even indoctrination, convinced of the rightness of their course. Then a reversal occurs. Person is not as family committed. I do not take leadership in these situations. I follow my patient's direction. Aren't you supposed to be the leader as the fucking one who knows things? Aren't you supposed to lead the care? Oh wait, no, we don't live in that world anymore. That was beforehand. Still, I know that I have a strong effect of acknowledging and supporting autonomy and the human right to self-determination. Blah, 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 blah. That the person was influenced, even guided in favors that comply with the practitioner's supposed ideology. Jeez. This reads to me as a PT. As a PT. Pre-trans? I don't know. This reads to me as a PT that feels they have lost agency around their transition, and it's likely that therapy is the most appropriate place for them to explore this, As for support communities, I don't personally have referrals. I want to start with the fact that I don't have experience in this scenario. I'm a mental health perspective. Depressed. Oh, is it patient? PT, patient. Analogously in in therapy with depressed patients whose symptoms improve in treatment and suddenly doubt they were ever depressed to begin with. Taking them at their word. Portion of depressed patients followed up over time do end up relapsing, retransitioning, etc. Oh, you're 33. You're almost the same age as me. I'm 34. Sorry, I am like looking at chat now and then, but like I'm trying to I'm trying to get through a bunch of this. And I don't know. I need to get a couple of videos put together because my content has been a bit I'm not always getting what I want out of stuff. It happens sometimes, you know, it is what it is. I want to at least finish like this section. Flip-flopping along, jeez. This is such a text essay. I don't know. Explore what this experience means to them. Yeah, I don't know. I've done some research around individuals wishing to transition. I know many have found a subreddit r/dtrans to be a supportive community for them to find others with a shared experience. I think I've been on there. Unfortunately, there aren't many established support groups for detransitioners. You see what I mean? Where it kind of seems like they're kind of flung out. They're kind of hung out to dry. Even the professionals are acknowledging there's not much help for them. And it kind of seems like, I don't know how many of these people have like actually helped, detransitioners, you know? Okay. Lisa Lippman, 100 detransitioners. Homophobia. Only 24% of respondents informed their clinicians that they had detransitioned. Hopefully Sam was listening then. And then it was homophobia was expressed. The majority felt they did not receive an adequate evaluation from doctor for starting transition. Yeah, and less than a quarter actually tell their doctors that they're detransitioning. So the idea is that plenty of people just fuck off and that's it. You see studies where they only really study people who actually went through the process. So the rates of detransition are a certain thing, but then it's like there's all these other people that just kind of ghosted, and it's like I don't know. But yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it absolutely raises so many questions about pretty much any detrans figure that any person gives. And there's a reason why they like these low ones and give them. And there's a reason why they're sort of led that way, you know? Like why would wpath want things coming out showing a 37% detrans rate or a 62% detrans rate, you know what I mean? That'll hurt their bottom line. Well, that'll hurt the American surgeon's bottom line, I guess. What's been your experience? Thanks for sharing, super useful. Yeah, because when you think about it, like this is data on detransitioners. How often is stuff like this like applied to like other studies, you know? to make sure that what they're doing when they're talking about detransition is being expressed correctly. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of seems like this is the kind of thing people would want to refer back to when kind of considering their detransition numbers from their own studies that are going to be more about trans people. You know what I mean? What was this? Oh, Lisa Littman. Yeah. wpath member. There we go. Thanks for posting. 10 years ago, I had 8 to 10 trans adults, all natal males in my general practice. Learned so much looking after them. I now have about the same amount of patients, different, younger, mostly natal females, expressing regret, seeking help for related issues, natal hormone treatment, fertility, and childbearing aspiration, and so on. 40% quit hormones without surgery, 10% quit hormones after surgery. Oh yeah. None of the numbers RED trans are accurate. Exactly, yes. Listen, every time I watch some queeroid fucking YouTuber and they say some insane shit about there being a 1% detransition rate and a 1% regret rate for being trans, like, this is the kind of stuff I'm screaming from the hills about, because it's not true and it's extremely pernicious what they're doing. And this is what I'm talking about. They get thrown under the bus. It's really fucked up. Yeah, so it's remarkable it's remarkable how my tiny sample looks so much like what's being described in the UK. I'm in Canada. Jesus. There are rich resources in my academic city for trans youth, but I struggle to find specialists who can help address the needs of the recent detrans group, and they're not confused, just frustrated. I'm asking them to help me build a network of resources using their social media connections. Once again, they're teaching me so much. Yeah, did they have any like robust kind of ideas in 2021 about what to do with detransitioners? Kind of seems like you get the odd one that's like, shit, I actually care about these people. I'm actually worried about these people. You know what I mean? Fuck. Perhaps the people GCCAN founded in late 2019, which seeks to empower recipients of gender transition related care to become healthy and whole. Detransition members may have suggested therapists. My thought is that framing around detransition is really important. Given the history of pathologizing and medicalizing transgender identity, you know, transgender identity is like, it's medicalized because otherwise you won't get it on like fucking, you won't get it on insurance or NHS or whatever the fuck else. The idea of just detransition often makes it feel like a mistake has been made in some capacity. Well, it is it not? You made a mistake because you're going back on it. If I was to, I don't know, I can't think of something. If I were to snap this in half and then be like, I wish I didn't do that, then, you know, a mistake was probably made. This is in order to justify further increasing barriers to accessing care. We're getting the fucking party lines again. If I start yawning during this, that's why. We're unintentionally furthering a belief that as providers, we should gatekeep access to medical Of course you should gatekeep access to medical transition, because it should be for trans people and not non-trans people. Like, this is like weird. Who is writing this? I do not like this person. Even if the prevalence of detransition is low, there's still a group of people that require specialized medical care. Exactly. And what most people say, I mean, they are much higher than we're saying, than people are saying. There's more detransitioners out there than a lot of people say. I can't remember what I was going to say then. Anyway. Gatekeep access to medical transition. Like, oh my god. We've like, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but like this gatekeeping shit, it's like fucked. It's just what I hear often in the media and by providers who don't have significant experience working with transgender patients. Okay, sure. When I think about the ways we're trying to move toward destigmatization and informed consent models of transgender healthcare, yikes. I think it's important to the way it is okay for gender and interest in medical options to change over time for each individual. Like, I keep saying these things are not toys. Like, you're not really supposed to just put cross-sex hormones in your body and then maybe stop taking them and maybe take them again and then maybe take something else and then fuck around with some other shit. Prisha Mosley, who is detransitioned after having SRS, is still listed as trans on her medical records, otherwise she would have no access to medically necessary HRT. Ouch. Yeah, this is like the Frida Wallace answer. Well, it just changes over time, or like fucking Felix Firm, whatever his fucking name is. It's like, this shit shouldn't be treated disposably. I find this like completely backwards. It should be treated as something that, yeah, it seems necessary for some people, whether people agree or understand it or not. But like, to just kind of go on stuff and then go off stuff and just kind of fuck around with it, like, I think that's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are we talking to people about? What are we telling people? Think about the many irreversible procedures that we allow adults to easily access in our society. Please kill me. Cisgender people getting plastic surgery, tattoos. Oh, can fucking trans people not get plastic surgery or tattoos? Fuck off. Oh, you're trans. No, sorry, you can't have that tattoo. I've literally fucking got tattoos. You're allowed to have them. This is like victim shit. I hate this victim shit. Like, why are these doctors like pushing it within them? Like, you'd think they'd sort of turn it off when they're talking to each other because they don't need to talk like this anymore. But I guess some of them are just fucking stuck like that now. And for example, there's regrets of surgical regret for cis people getting plastic surgery is not used as the reason why we should create more barriers for cisgender. Well, no, because, oh. Do I seriously have to explain to anyone why getting your lips filled is not very comparable to getting your breasts cut off or getting your penis, like, inverted? You know what I mean? Like, this is absolutely cooked. Like, I see this argument all the time at the moment, and it's ridiculous. The most recent study, post-surgical regret for cisgender women getting breast augmentation. We can't compare this. Like, this is nuts. Yeah, it might have been too small for them, or too big for them. Obviously. They might have got them and then realized it wasn't really what they wanted, but I mean, something like boob jobs, I don't know. It's not quite as, well, it's not usually quite as serious as sex change stuff. Previous case is true for all who detransition now have been made medically dependent. Yeah, if I detransitioned, I'd be the same because I don't produce anything on my own. So presumably I would still be listed as trans. Still taking male hormone. I don't fucking know. Sorry, I'll let you continue talking. I'm mostly looking at this at the moment. Interpersonally, the people I know have detransitioned by medical standards have stopped taking hormones because they had medical complications or hate needles. If you hate needles, why are you transitioning? Or originally took hormones to get some of the irreversible changes, the voice change. So it's... Wait. You're not a detransitioner if you took T to get a deeper voice and then stopped taking them because you were never trans. Like... That's ridiculous. I reject that on principle. Go away. Like mid-September, why is there a fucking ant in here? Anyway. Didn't feel I made a mistake. Oh, all the people that I know, you know, they don't see any problems. You know, they just all think they didn't make a mistake, you know. That person sounds more like that Sabine girl. Yeah, if you take hormones just to get your voice changed and that's it, you're not trans. I'm sorry. Detransition covers a wide range of people, that some of which I don't think are really detransitioners. That's another place where I think the numbers get a bit funny, personally. There's several ways. And all of it compounds to be a case where we're basically lying about low rates of detransitioners to make trans sound better than it is, which... I'm just not down with lying in general. Like, fuck that shit. We shouldn't be basing our shit on lies. Loads of people seem to only do HRT and not do the irreversible surgeries. I don't know how much of that is like wait time, but I imagine like the modern attitude would make people feel like surgeries aren't needed, because it's more about identifying as something. And then there's one gal who on Twitter identifies as detrans, are very popular. What's her name? I don't think she medically or surgically transitioned at all. Yeah. Like, if you changed your name and your pronouns and then changed them back again, and that's a detransition, then like fuck that shit. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's not detransitioning. But then I have a different definition of trans to quite a lot of people, because trans to me is transsexual. Oh, Maya Poet. Does she pretend to be detrans? I don't know. I retweet lots of stuff. I don't really care too much about some of the fucking freaks that are on there. I mostly just kind of see stuff I like. Because if people are gonna like shame me for sharing this person or that person or that person, then I'm just gonna be like, okay, whatever, okay. Yeah, she seems interesting. Maybe I'll watch her interview or something. Yeah, I don't know much about her situation, but yeah. Maybe I'll watch an interview or something sometime and get down to it. Wait, I can find out pretty easily. I've got a thing called I will punch you for saying there's only 2 genders. Was I looking? Oh, my. Sorry, bear with me a sec. Yeah, I see like interviews and stuff with her sometimes pop up, but I've not watched any. Like the interviews are more like long usually, I guess. Fuck, what was I doing? Can I find this person? Okay, I guess I don't know how her name is spelled. Hang on. Excuse me a sec. If they show up, maybe they've been deleted. I suppose this is why most vocal detransitioners are female. They can't go back. Yeah, maybe she got yeeted. Who knows? Okay, never mind. I can't find it. I'll give a shrug to that one, I guess. That's my response. Framing of detransition means is very important. I actually agree with that, because I think that people are scratching the definition. People want to change their voice, grow facial hair, and then stop injections. This is like trans-trender shit. This is treating this shit like toys. Like, this is what I mean. Like, these these people are like treating these crazy chemicals in some cases like they're toys, like they're fashion accessories. And you don't know what you're doing to yourself. Irreversible effects of testosterone are quite extreme. Yeah, people shouldn't be fucking around with this shit, man. Like, you're gonna take testosterone as a female is because you're very much committed to living life as a male, and clearly you have reason to think that living as a female is not right for you. Like, it's not a fucking joke. Anyway. breast development, laser therapy. So they basically, well, laser therapy, etc. Like half the stuff that I've had to do. And like my facial hair treatment is taking fucking ages, by the way. Breast growth does not go away once you cease taking estrogen. No, it doesn't. It'll stay there. I knew someone who was detransitioned and then started up again later on. And like as a guy, he still had these like little boobs, you know. Okay, what is problematic is the idea of detransitioning as it frames being cisgender as the default. Being cisgender is the default. If there weren't cisgender people, cisgender hetero people especially, there wouldn't be a human race. And reinforces transness as a pathology. Well, it doesn't have to. You're just you're just seeing it that way. Like, who's put the word pathology in there? I think that was you. It makes more sense to frame gender as something that can shift over time. I don't know. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Figure out ways to support people. What does this even mean? Like, if I was looking for answers, I'd find this kind of shit really unhelpful. Well, we should be thinking of it this way instead. Well, your way of thinking about it is stupid, so no. Basically. Cisgender is the default. Yeah, it is. I was like a cisgender man for 25 years. Learning new things about your gender or what you want to be from your medical care should be something to be celebrated. But they want to change it because they're not happy with the results. Why are we celebrating that? Like, I guess you get to come out all over again. You get even more attention. Oh, hey, remember when I said I was trans? Actually, I'm non-binary, which is my way of saying I fucked up and now my body's forever changed and I can't really call myself cis anymore because I look a bit ridiculous being a man with tits. Or whatever. We can't say that gender is fluid and view detransitioning as a mistake. Well, gender being fluid is just theory as well. I don't know. You might as well ask for a Christian perspective on whether gender is fluid or not, because this is our ideological position. You know what I mean? And there's no real basis for it because it's mostly based on things like presentation, which you could just say that males can be what they want and females can be what they want, and that works just fine. So I see the detransitioning phenomenon often among the elderly trans women here in Indonesia. Some of them choose to detransition due to the difficulty of being rejected by their family and environment. I mean, hey, Indonesia is a Muslim country as far as I know. It's probably not the most progressive place ever. As they get older, it became harder for them to get money from being a sex worker, so they chose to detransition to fit into society. Oh my god. Oh. Listen, I'm so glad that that will never be me. I can't imagine. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Some of it like depresses me, honestly. Like, what are some of us doing? Darwin Awards for elimination from gene pool. Yeah. I think this one's still the same one. I really agree with you that there is a danger in allowing a misleading framing, like detransition means the transition was inappropriate in the first place to propagate. Is it not literally that a lot of the time though? Yeah, trans sex workers are the ones getting murdered. When it's like privileged white fucking trans people who look like me except more successful, or like me if I was a trans man and more successful, white basically, white Western, etc. When they're the ones talking about the murder shit, they're not the fucking problem. Oh, we're in so much danger. We're in so much danger. I'm white and I live in the UK and I'm gonna get murdered. You know what I mean? Like, statistically, probably not. Importantly, we should note that Lippmann's recruitment methods are extraordinarily skewed. Why don't they sort of say why or like how? What is it? Is this just a trans thing? When you criticize something, you don't actually criticize it meaningfully. You say, no, it's bad. Like, skewed could mean a lot of different things. And the results should be treated with extreme caution. In my view, we should focus on more reliable studies. Are you sure you just don't like the results? You're more risk in being young than you are being trans, you know. Yeah. When these like white American and British trans people go on about these murder rates and how at risk they are, it drives me insane. And this is why I make it so clear that I don't think that I'm oppressed and that I don't think I like lack privilege compared to the average British person. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not oppressed at all. I don't think I am. There's stuff that's more complicated because of a decision I made that I should take at least some responsibility for, instead of being like, well, it's my identity. You can't challenge my identity. Which anyone can challenge anything if they want to, in my opinion. I have some serious concerns about these kind of findings are weaponized against. How it's weaponized, you can't always you don't always get a choice how the thing that you did, the science that you did, is used. Aside from the enormous risks in the political sphere, subtler, but I think it's equally serious risk at the level of individual patients. If in seeking to prevent regret, the possibility of detransition is used to raise the threshold for patient autonomy higher than a mere informed consent. What do they mean when they say informed consent? I guess they really like this model. So you just get all the information and you decide for yourself whether you're doing it. Is that what it is? Okay, I can see exactly why they're pushing this. Fair enough. Oh, you should send me it. You should send me it. Weaponized. Fucking hell, I don't like this person very much. Therefore, in addition to causing more trans people to be denied care they need, patients most likely to actually end up with regrets will be less informed when consenting. What does that mean? We report bad stuff and people use it against it. Yeah. In addition to causing more trans people to be denied care they need, potentially, I don't know. I know quite a number of people who went serious and invasive surgery they did not want because it was made a precondition of gender recognition. Like what? This person does not like back up much of their shit, does it? Oh, suddenly they put a thing in. I hate people who talk like this. I hate, what was it? They're extraordinarily skewed and should therefore be treated with, maybe it's the autism in me. I need to know why I'm wrong. I need to know what exactly I've said or like done that someone's questioning. I can't just get someone saying, you're a bit shit, aren't you? Because it's like, what does that mean? I'm shit how? You know what I mean? Oh my God. In the end, individuals are entitled to make their own mistakes. Empathy not found. And while medical systems and professionals can and should help them avoid mistakes, the power dynamic between a gender specialist, their patients, and between cis and trans people more generally, what does that mean? It means that some mistakes are valued higher than others. Jesus, I'm at a loss. I don't know what they're fucking saying here. That mistakenly not providing care to a trans person in case they regret it is assumed to be less harmful than granting a mistaken request for treatment. Well, I don't know. It would depend in cases, right? It's just a symptom of that power dynamic. God, has this person been like watching Philosophy Tube or something? Like, so much waffle. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, imagine going for a drink with this person. Do you know what I mean? Encouraging patients to express their doubts, make sure blah, 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 blah. What I'm trying to say is people considering transition do need help in working whether what it should look like. But we need to treat as many people as possible so our wallets grow. I mean, but trans communities have a long history of being disbelieved and mistreated by medical personnel. Again, do we need examples? Apparently not, because we're talking about trans shit. God, it is like watching a Jammy Dodger video, just reading it instead. It's not better, surprisingly enough. Actually, no, it is, because I can't hear his voice. It is better. Never mind. Can definitely motivate us. Request treatments we know we don't want. This is like, it just feels like obfuscating. Like, we need to preserve. How fucking long is this? Oh my God, what is wrong with you, you fucking psychopath? Listen, please like the stream. This is like, I'm dying here. Like the stream. Check out the links in my description. We got, what do we got? Discord, we got some music you can check out. We got Streamlabs, you can support the stream. Thank you. Anyway. I'm not reading this whole thing, this is too long. What else we got? First we can do is support detransitioners. Make discussing doubts and complexity. Because it feels like trans, like, communities are like the opposite of this. You don't have a charger because of reasons. Fair enough. I won't inquire. Can I borrow $5? From someone that isn't me, maybe. I have too much though. I only wanted $20. I don't know how to reset it. I need to work out how to reset it. It's fine. It was supposed to be a joke. I didn't think anyone would actually donate, but you know, I'm here for it at the same time. Anyway. Find gender at birth. I don't like that. How can we support detransitioners to benefit, not see themselves as traitors? Well, trans people need to stop fucking treating them like fucking traitors. I did, yes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'll be honest, I don't know if I knew it was yours, but I do really appreciate it. That's fine. It doesn't work when you do it to me, but you can try it with someone else. Listen, negative donations are Essence of Thought, great person to negatively donate to. Philosophy Tube, obviously. Fuck, there's so many. I don't know. Yeah. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Renoa. Yeah. You can't donate negative money to me, but I recommend donating negative money to someone like Essence of Thought or Philosophy Tube. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think your negative donation would be better served elsewhere, if that makes sense. AKA Essence of Thought should be paying other people for her content to exist because it's so unbelievably shit. And Philosophy Tube owes me money because I've had to watch 2 of her videos so far, and I feel like I've not been the same since. I don't even know what that means, I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind. I'll watch a couple of things soon because I need a bit of a change of pace, you know what I mean? And like this. How doubting you might be trans means you really are trans. Jesus Christ. That doesn't surprise me. I'm surprised I haven't watched it, to be honest, because quite a lot of my channel, I don't know, Gingerblaze, I don't know if you've watched me before. I watch a lot of like trans content and stuff. I don't honestly cover this kind of thing that often, but Jackson Bird, maybe I'll look him up in a moment. But yeah, I cover mostly like media and stuff because it's really interesting and important to me, like understanding the kind of media that trans people like consume and where their ideas come from, because I don't know, a lot of reasons. It's kind of hard to sum up like on the fly, if that makes sense. But God, is this the longest fucking email of all time? Oh, it's the same thing again. Why? Jackson Bird. It does sound like an FTM name. Marcy Bowers. As you know, acknowledgement that detransition exists to even a minor extent is considered off limits for many in our community. Hey, true. Yeah. Charlotte, hi. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm looking at this for a bit longer. We're doing wpath leaks, and we'll watch some content for a bit. I'll probably finish a bit earlier because I started in the morning, which is unusual for me. But hey, thanks for coming. My FTM name is Broxton Zinfandel. I don't know what mine would be. Claxton Starmer. There you go. That's my FTM name. I don't know where that even came from. I do see talk of the phenomenon as distracting from the many challenges we face. Is Marcy Bowers trans? She says we rather than... And that's quite spooky as well. Cloaker Hitler. I shouldn't name my band like Cloaker or something around cloakers. Marcy Bowers, that's what I was looking at. I don't think this person is trans, but I could be wrong. Yeah, because it's when someone this, like, important, I guess. Oh, she is trans. Jesus Christ. And so she says we in terms of, like, the... So this is someone who is involved in surgeries, but also involved in the community, like our community. Like the conflict of interest is like off the charts, like even more than most of the people we've seen so far. Like mad. Like it's, I don't know. I'm feeling this sinking feeling inside me. Like, oh my God. I do see talk of the phenomenon as distracting of the many challenges we face. What a fucking bizarre thing to say. Like, get under a bus. Just under a bus with you. Out to dry, out to dry, out to dry. I will echo other comments to say, all surgeries and all medical treatments have regret rates that are typically much higher than what we see for gender transition. We do not see legislators and the media go after breast augmentation, tubal ligation, or facelifts ever that I know of. I'm sure there has been, like... I'm sure there has been talk on the media about fucking... About... What was I saying? What was it? Brain, please get in gear. Thank you. I'm sure the media has gone after things like facelifts and, like, boob lifts and stuff before. And besides anything... These are, like... Okay, I don't know about tubal ligation. Like, maybe that's a fertility thing. Yeah, the Jazz Jennings thing. I did see some of that. Like the clips from like the surgeries and all the revisions and stuff. It was like, it was terrifying. Like she went through some serious shit. It's not good. Bowers is a top advocate and professional, has been involved in wpath since Harry Benjamin days. All right. Thank you. Yeah, so this is stupid. We always hear this. It's the same shit. The rhetoric is all the way down. It starts from the top and it's all the way down. Medical decision making needs to remain with doctors, with patients, with parents, and with parents, not the courts or legislators. I don't know what she's talking about there. I mean, surely there should be some laws around things like surgery, you know? Like the government is there to protect its people, supposedly, is it not? Oh Jesus, it's longer than I thought. Our counselling and informed consent process, you could use tightening. Wow, a trans person suggesting that their shit isn't perfect. That's insane. We all need to be better and not be afraid to listen, but you're not going to. This is, again, it's this Peter Tatchell shit of just like, well, I guess, yeah, that's bad, and then just not changing anything. But then, hey, I don't know what happened after this. Criticism does not mean blame. Yeah, it means we need to do better for our patients. Okay, that's a more mature way of looking at it. Patients need to own and take active responsibility for medical decisions, especially those of potentially permanent effect. Oh, bear with me a sec. Sorry, my partner just got back. Anyway, I don't know how much longer I'll go on. Listen, the whole thing, including the report, is 241 pages. We're on page 1112, so there's like just over double the amount of pages still to go. All of these like kind of things, you know, these kind of internal messages. So I probably will have to come back to this. But hey, it's been really interesting, and informational. I need to do more kind of reading streams and look through some of these things that have been compiled and stuff like that, because it's super important and interesting. But yeah, I'll leave it there for now, and we'll come back to it.